Hey family. So my bad. I'm up here. Okay, first of all, am I eating rum raisin ice cream? Yes, I am because I'm on my cycle. Argue with your mother, okay? Your girl was down bad yesterday. I was supposed to do a whole live yesterday. I was so excited. Got put makeup on, got all dressed up, and then passed out on the couch. And then started watching something called Love Island, Fruit Love Island. What the fuck was that? What was Fruit Love Island? For all of you who were in the comments like Blue, this is brain rot. This is AI slop. Yeah, I know. I know. I wanted answers. I wanted you guys to explain to me why this is the fastest growing account in TikTok history. I like data. If something makes history, I want to know why. And I watched the entire thing. It was like what, 40, no, like almost an hour. And I had no answers. Somebody was like, I was waiting for Blue to come back at the end. Blue wasn't coming back at the end because Blue didn't have no answers. I wanted us to experience it together because misery loves company. Somebody said, Blue, I wish you had an answer. By the way, shout out to this commentary saying, Blue, I told you from the 56th damn near till the end of the live. What she's referencing is TS Madison, which is the reason why we're late, but we're late for a good reason. So I can't even apologize for being late because what happened was we were going to actually start 10 minutes early. That's the gag. I came here at 20 past the hour, like, yo, I'm about to gag these motherfuckers and start 10 minutes early. Let's see who scrambles and gets there. I know, I was trying to troll a little bit. So I'm thinking I'm finna gag y'all by starting 10 minutes late, early, and someone sends me a link like, Blue, TS Madison just did a whole segment on you. I was like, really? And I remember seeing that TS Madison had followed me last week. I was like, oh, maybe that's why she followed me. So I tell you guys in the chat, hey, we're gonna be running 10 minutes late because TS Madison did a segment on me. Because I'm thinking there's no way in hell the segment's gonna be longer than 10 minutes. I'm gonna clip it, upload it. We're gonna be 10 minutes late. It's worth it. Child, I didn't finish. I watched 45 minutes. My face was still on the screen, y'all. I was like, oh, this is irresponsible. I'm up here watching myself on TS Madison, eating rum raisin, like, oh shit, I got a live to do. This is really good. Okay. Actually, I don't think I can eat rum raisin ice cream while doing the live. I'm gonna just fuck up the food. I'm gonna wait till a longer clip. Actually, I'll wait till the TS Madison clip. So, guys, welcome to another edition of Blue Centric Live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are new here, just know that my name is Blue Tulusma. I got a little rum raisin stuck in my teeth. Hold on. We're back. My name is Blue Tulusma. I'm a writer, an emotional intelligence coach, and a spiritualist who specializes in pop culture and politics as a vehicle to teach about ego death and self-mastery. So everything that I do, even if it's a kiki, even if it's fun, if it's silly and frivolous, is all steeped around emotional intelligence. Even the brain rot AI slop Fruit Love Island video that I posted yesterday, that was based on emotional intelligence. I think a lot of times when we talk about how we are demifying the upcoming generation, right? Because they have now quantified through all this social research that millennials are the last generation that was smarter than the generation before them. After millennials, based on the data, intelligence as a whole is actually on the decline. So millennials are now considered the intellectual peak. Again, I just work here. Okay, I didn't do extensive decades-long research. I'm just the one who read the peer-reviewed studies. So now that they are starting to research and realize that my generation was an intellectual peak, I'm laughing because it's sad. I'm laughing because it's sad. Yeah. So now that we've quantified that as far as emotional, social, and intellectual intelligence, that millennials were at a peak. And now, this is what the thing that's so interesting. I always talk about strength in the same way. I always say that too much strength makes you brittle because what's missing is balance, right? If you take something that's hard, let's say you're baking a biscuit and you want the biscuit to be crunchier than usual. Usually the biscuit is too soft. You're like, oh, the biscuit is soft. It keeps breaking my mouth. I want the biscuit to be more crunchy. You can shift the ingredients to make it stronger so that it's more crumbly, right? But once you get to a biscotti texture, if you go any harder than that texture, it now crumbles all over again the same way it did when it was soft. Too much strength actually turns to weakness, right? It's a full circle. The truest, biggest sign of strength is balance, right? The peak, that spot in the middle, is where the strongest point is in any structure. Unfortunately for future generations, that peak is millennials. And I think what happened was, in the same way that you could be adding strength, which is a good thing, but too much becomes a bad thing, I think we added too much data prematurely to the lives of these young people. And now you have 12-year-olds who are worried that they need to have a brand by 20 and be on Botox by 25. Right? We have children who are worried about building empires. I think we try to equip them so much that we did not listen to just like nature in its purest sense. And there's a cognitive decline that's happening because there's too much data all at once while our brains are still congealing, right? We always talk about how if you are neurotypical, your brain doesn't fully congeal to about 26. And now there's been studies that are saying that if you are neurodivergent, like me and my people, shout out to the people with autism and the ADHDs and all the other fun acronyms, right? If you're one of my people, it could be up to 35 before your brain is done taking all the fucking detours that it likes to take, right? And so as somebody whose brain is the scenic route, I'm very clear that the reason why I am thriving in the entertainment age is because I had so many decades of silence and doing things in an analog kind of way. All the decades of analog, where my body was recalibrating and figuring itself out in the real world, is why I can do so well on social media, and why every time y'all try to cancel me, I'm completely fucking unmoved. Y'all try to cancel me every 3 months. And here's the thing, I don't ever say anything that's unsafe. I just say things that are uncomfortable. A lot of people, because social media has made you so smart, it's made you stupid, right? Lack of balance. A lot of people are so fragile because they've taken the data that they've learned without real life application and become hyper vigilant. A lot of hyper vigilant intellectuals on social media who don't know what it's like to go outside and come inside smelling like outside, right? Shout out to the kids who used to play outside, right? And so as someone who is taking on all this knowledge but with no real life application, because you have to leave the house to have real life application. And by leaving the house, I don't mean going to the club and staring at your phone the entire time. Okay? These kids now are vigilant about language, but a little stupid about application. And so every time y'all try to cancel me, it's never because I'm causing harm. It's because I'm not playing the semantics game and I'm saying exactly what I mean without pandering to your insecurities and your fragility. And that's what, you like the segue? That's what led to why TS Madison did a segment about me recently. I think it was like the day before yesterday or yesterday. Because I was on a panel with Funky Geneva, Dustin Ross, and moderated by Carlos King. And we were talking about dating in the queer community. I talked about this previously before. I think the last time I was on live was actually the day I had taped it. Man, a lot has happened since then. Jesus wept. Yeah, a lot has happened since the last time I went live, apparently. Because the last time I went live was the day that me and Funky Geneva, i.e. Quentin, and Carlos and Dustin taped it. The very next morning, my God, today. The very next morning, even though the panel was all about dating, what ended up happening is that the clip that was the most compelling, and I knew it. Sometimes when I'm on these panels and I say something that gets I can feel like that I'm channeling. Can I be honest? I think the reason why I go viral so much on other people's platforms is because as someone who's a psychic, I'm a claircognizant. As someone who does professional psychic readings, and therefore I'm constantly flexing that psychic muscle, when I'm in a purely cerebral intellectual space having discourse, I sometimes unintentionally tap into energy that doesn't belong to me, either the energy in the room or the energy of the people that I'm talking for and or about. It happens all the time. Perfect example. Last summer, I made it into YouTube's top 100 videos. I was video like number 99 out of 100 in the entire world on YouTube. Why? Why did I do that even though I have less than 50,000 followers? Because as a psychic, I was talking about Olandria and Shelley's relationship and how deeply it must have hurt Olandria, how things panned out. And I, to this day, think I unintentionally tapped into Olandria's energy. I felt it in the room. Like my body was shaking. Everybody in the chat felt it in the chat. People who watched it later felt it. People who were Shelly and Ace fans felt it so much they started a whole hate train against me and tried to get me demonetized and ripped out my page and sent hate mail and passed on lies about me saying Blue Toulouse was doing voodoo spells on social media. That doesn't make any sense. Number one, why would I do free spell work? Number two, I don't even do spell work. But if I was going to do spell work, it wouldn't be for free online. Dummies, right? So me being a psychic intellectual is a very tricky space to be in. Because sometimes when I'm talking here, I end up talking out here instead. Something similar happened when I was on that panel talking about the frustrations of cis women with trans girls. When Funky Dineva asked me, Blue, why do you think so many Black women have a tricky time, accepting trans women? Because Black women are so accepting. Why do you think that is? I am a trans advocate who is often in a room full of transphobic Black women trying to explain to them why this is not the answer, sis. I get why you're upset, but this is not the answer. And when I'm in the room, I make it a point not to attack them, not to call them names. This is something that future generations struggle with. Because if you disagree with them, they'll call you a fascist before you can even finish the fucking ellipses, right? So I don't jump to label, because there's something very youthful about jumping to label people while you're still actively experiencing them. Can the experience fucking breathe first before we call it a thing? So I often am in the room knowing that even though what I'm about to hear is fundamentally transphobic, there's a validity about the pain that it is speaking to. Somebody said the shirt is perfect. I am one of the Golden Girls because I missed y'all. Like, y'all my good Judies, and we talk about gay shit, so it just made sense. Anyways, and also my hair is very 80s right now because I'm wearing in a natural state. So a lot of times when I'm talking to Black women who are saying things that are fundamentally transphobic, I'm not fragile enough to be like, oh, because what you're saying is transphobic, I can't hear what you're saying. What I do instead is, you are a Black woman, which means you are probably in a lot of pain, consciously or subconsciously, about the way the world dehumanizes you on a regular basis. Rather than be another oppressor, rather than jump to call you names just because you hurt reasonably, because you are being hurted, right? Hurted, funny. Because you are being aggrieved, because you are being attacked, and you're not making that up, it's not paranoia. I don't get to pretend that your hurt doesn't exist. Why don't I just sit and listen to you? Years and years and years and years of listening to Black women say transphobic shit and not interrupting them, not dehumanizing them, not forcing them to be mammies who care about everybody but their own feelings, but years and years and years of letting Black women say the ugly to me without me attacking them, even though they know I'm a trans advocate, is the reason why on Carlos's show, I was able to speak so eloquently to how they feel, not because it's how I feel. The gag is, what I described, I actually don't feel at all. Yeah, that's the part that y'all don't understand about being empathetic. The breakdown that I gave, that went super viral. In the words of Bridget Kelly, bitch, it's doing numbers, right? The clip that I did that did numbers, I wasn't actually speaking on my own behalf. I don't share any of those feelings. And yet, the way I spoke to it was passionate, wasn't it? The way I spoke to it felt like I was on the inside. Yeah, that's called empathy. Because I made my first trans friend before I was even a legal adult, and she was unalived. And for years, I was protective of trans people because they reminded me of my friend that I couldn't save, right? I've never, ever gotten a chance to be transphobic because a trans person, I loved the trans person way too early in life to ever get there. Right? When one of your closest friends at work, you're 17 and she's getting attacked by men and they're throwing rocks in the street. I told the story before in one of my previous story times. Maybe I'll pull it up some other time. But when your friend comes to work because she got attacked on the way from home to work by boys throwing rocks at her, and you beg her to let you walk her home, and she doesn't let you walk her home, and you never see her again until they find her body. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. That happening before you're old enough to drive makes it really hard to be transphobic, right? It's really hard to hear the statistics about how trans women are disproportionately unalived and not take that shit personal, because you know what it's like to be part of the friends and family who have to hear about they finally found her body. Trigger warning, right? So because I've never had a chance to dehumanize trans people, I actually did not relate to shit that I said in that clip. However, I'm still a Black woman, and I understand that despite all my therapy and self-esteem, that I understand how I'm looked at by society. It's a miracle that I don't agree with society. It's a miracle that I love myself as much as I do. And I also understand the shots taken against me, right? If you shoot at me and you miss, I still remember a grazed bullet. And so I wasn't speaking from a place of personal pain. I was speaking about collective pain that I was open enough to hear rather than demonize. And when I spoke about it, I then told the panel, I so intimately understand why Black women don't want to scoot over anymore, because they scoot over for so many people, right? And now there's a trapdoor underneath this for trans girls. I know why they're so tired, and they can't keep using that as a reason to cause further harm to another marginalized party. Now, of course, because it's a clip, The second part where I call women out didn't make the clip, and it was only 60 seconds because the algorithm, right? So the clip goes out, it does numbers, and everybody's like, oh my God, somebody finally in 60 seconds explained why these trans girls drive me crazy. And somebody else said, yeah, and this is exactly what Just What the Mess was trying to say. And I said, well, hold on. I didn't spend 3 years at a Harvard think tank to be compared to Just What the Mess, respectfully. Actually, no, fuck it, disrespectfully. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, in the words of Michael Jordan, and I took that personal. I said, oh, Carlos, great clip, but what the fuck was that? What you mean Just With the Mess? So, literally, within 45 seconds of me reading that comment, I grabbed my phone and made a clarification video that you transphobes got me fucked up. Just because I know how you got there don't mean that shit is cute. And then that clip went viral. And at this point, I'm just like, I'm going to just turn off my phone for 3 days. And every time I look at my phone, it'd be like, Sterling K. Brown is now following you. TS Madison is now following you. Laverne Cox has reposted you. I'm like, what's going on? Then I started to look at the comments, and the comments say, oh, Blue Toulouse was on a trans panel with no trans girls. Because, back in the Housewives days, she had a fashion show with no fashions, honey. I said, you will not say I had a fashion show with no fashions. I did not show up to a trans panel. I was talking about gays fucking on each other. What the hell? That's not, Carlson's team said, do you want to talk about homosexual dating? And I said, I have a lot of experience with that. Let's go. And I do. So now I have to come out of hiding to explain that y'all, and mind you, I'm confrontational. I'm not combative, though. A lot of y'all don't know about nuance of words. Words mean things, right? I'm very, very confrontational. I'm actually not combative, though. I don't really need to win. I just need you not to lie. You can actually have whatever opinion you want. Just don't fucking lie on me, right? So that's not combative. It is confrontational. So here I come around, and mind you, it was mostly gay men because gay men are so used to being marginalized and having big black women, big straight black women, make them feel bad. Honey, I'm gay too. How you doing? I'm pansexual. How you doing? I be on pride floats and shit. So they took a look at me, saw the clip, and thought that I was just some church bitch with heavy titties who was talking shit about the girls. Yeah, you should have read the room. You should have read the room. Mother has lived. Okay, I used to run a house. What are you talking about? I saw Paris is burning and started my own house. Also, never being the call allegations. I realized that. It's okay. It's fine. So as somebody who was queer enough to be on floats starting houses, right? The mother of the house of Chanel. Excuse me, bitch. You read the room. So now I'm having to tell men, gay men, hey, by the way, the quickness to silence a black woman who was making a valid point and staying in her lane is another reminder that misogyny does not have an orientation. Yes? Gay men are still men. And the masculine urge to silence me because you are convinced of your superiority without doing any research to make sure that you're not talking out your ass, that's man shit. How you doing or otherwise? Yikes. If I humanize you, I have to humanize you. If I humanize you, I have to humanize you, right? A queer man can still unintentionally be harboring subconscious misogyny. You can be gay and still be a misogynist. Bitch, you can be a woman and still be a misogynist. Are you kidding me? You can be black and still be anti-black. Why do y'all think that just because you belong to a group, you can't fucking hate it low-key? So now I'm having to explain to all these gay men that they got me fucked up and the gay shit's not gonna work on me. I'm queer too, now what? All you grown-ass men who got it wrong, I'm trying to tell them. Imagine a bunch of men telling you to stay in your lane even though you never left your lane. And they think because they're gay, it's not misogynistic. Oh, honey. So now all these gay men go running away from me. Oh, no, because nobody thinks I'm going to respond. I'm confrontational. Bruh, if you tag me or repost me and I can see you, you tagged me. You didn't even try to hide it from me. You could have blocked me. If you blocked me, I don't care. I can't see you. But if you tagged me so I can see you and then get mad that I saw you, then y'all need to understand, I am a genie. I grant wishes. Y'all keep rubbing hard enough. Some gonna pop out. How you doing? So anyways, I do this clip. Dominic Morgan comes out and says, I don't think what Blue said was transphobic. I completely adore the fact that she was willing to speak on behalf of the frustrations of straight women. And I too agree that those frustrations are founded in something real. right? Carlos hits me up too, and we're all talking backstage before Monday's show, and he says we're going to do a part 2, including a trans woman, and we're going to talk about the response to your clip. And somehow, some way, that's why at 20 minutes past the hour today, as I'm about to surprise y'all and start early, I get something saying TS Madison did a whole segment about you, and I did not realize the segment was like an hour long. So we're gonna watch about 13 minutes of it because we have a whole planned show, guys. This was not planned. The show was supposed to be about putting our foot on Nick and Vic and Christine. We're still gonna do that. For those who came for Love is Blind, I hate to say I told you so. No, I don't. I told you so. I don't hate to say it. I've been trying to say I hate to say I told you so. I've been right too often on camera. At some point, I got myself my own flowers. My track record since June of last year has been exceptional. And sometimes I'm first and say it and let y'all drag me, and then another brave person says it, and then you drag her a little bit less because you're like, well, if Blue said it and this bitch was not stupid said it, maybe it's not stupid. And by the third bitch who thinks she's first says it, she's like, oh my God, see? And by the fifth bitch, y'all are like, ooh, there's a whole section of us now. And I'm like, damn, yeah, because I remember when I did a Google search to make sure if anybody said it, and it was just me. Y'all called me a bitch. Interesting. That's been happening a lot. So yeah, there's a lot of things that I have early commentary on. Perfect example, Taylor Frankie Paul. My commentary is totally different than most people's. I think that she is in a coercively abusive relationship with someone who intentionally sabotages her blessings and is weaponizing the public sentiment to beat up on her even more. That's not a popular opinion. I do think there's a lot of court documents and footage that substantiates what I'm saying, though. And it's funny enough, when I posted that on Threads, y'all came for me, and then I archived it because I was just getting exhausted. I didn't even care. I was just exhausted by seeing it pop up on my timeline. I archived it like, okay, maybe they're not ready for this conversation. Maybe I'm way, way too early. I go to the TikTok. The very first video I see is a domestic violence specialist echoing every single one of my fucking points with proper terminology. I said, oh, wow, somebody who dedicated their entire life to this topic agrees with the thing I said that got me dragged on Threads. Oh, that's not a new feeling, right? So I'm starting to realize that at this point, I'm just going to say the shit and then stare at y'all until somebody else says the shit and then stares at y'all. And then eventually y'all stop staring at me. Because being a social commentarian and doing it regularly, because I've been doing this work for 20 years, but me doing it on a weekly basis just started last summer when I decided I was going to be more consistent with my content creation. That escalated quickly. So if I'm going to be doing this consistently on a weekly basis, I think I do have to get used to being early and not taking it personal. Actually, I don't think I take it personal. I think I'm just always shocked by the disparity of knowledge. And that's a nice way of saying I'm always amazed by how stupid people are. I'm always like, I always know, okay, Blue, you're a little ahead of the pack on this. There's going to be a gap. The gap tends to be wider than I perceive. I actually think somebody was like, Blue, be calling y'all stupid. Y'all just too dumb to peep it. No, the opposite. I'm constantly shocked by how stupid people really are. I don't go around calling people stupid. I'm so convinced that most of you have to be playing dumb. I'm convinced. And then y'all keep talking and I'll be like, oh shit. Okay. You know what? Education. Okay. And this is why they're attacking the Department of Education, because the data is that millennials are an intellectual peak and that right after us, things start to decline. Somebody said, well, it's not our fault though. Aren't we the generation that was supposed to arm them? No, that's not our fault, because while social media was distracting them, it was overstimulating us. So the same social media that made the kids dumb gave us neurodivergent tendencies and tics. We're all being attacked simultaneously. How are you going to blame me for being a future victim? No. I actually don't believe that the dumbing down of the generation after millennials is because of millennials. I think it's because of what happened to all of us in the early 2000s simultaneously. I don't think we were still developing when all this happened, right? Millennials were kids turning into young adults when the world shifted and hit auto refresh. So we all had chewy brains just like y'all did, right? And so, and for those who are saying boomers and Gen X raised Gen Z, sure. And here's the thing, I'm a Zennial. I know I ain't got nothing to do with none of this. I was born at the perfect time in life to legally not be responsible for none of the fuck shit, and then to become an adult right when it's time to clean it up, though. That's a whole different conversation. All right, so let's get into what TS Madison had to say, y'all, because again, I made us late so we could watch this. So let's watch it. There's more, so I'll watch the rest later. Not Zennials. No, I'm not a Zennial. I'm a Zennial with an X. I'm the one before y'all. So Generation X going into millennials is a Zennial, and then the Zennials are the ones after us. The Zennials are cute too, though. I like the Zennials. Y'all are cute. You're not quite. You haven't been through what we've been through, but I appreciate y'all. Okay, wouldn't date none of y'all though, and we're gonna get into that in a second. Cause Tommy, what the fuck? Somebody posted a video from Girl with Beyonce, and it's Beyonce looking at her sister and not looking at her mother, her father, and her nephew. Like, do we need to have a family meeting? And honestly, I think Beyonce, you do need to have a family meeting. Your relatives have been on a tear lately. Your relatives have been on an absolute tear. All right, so let's watch this TS Madison clip together.
Feeding into your transphobia and your homophobia. Y'all girlfriends was doing this for y'all.
Oh, so yes, let's get a quick backstory, because I know 40% of y'all come in here and never know any backstory about the stuff that we're talking about, which is okay because you're here for story time and a kiki. We all have a drink today because I'm on my cycle and I've had a lot of edibles, so I could not be in pain and do this live. I'm drinking an orange Fanta. I have not had an orange Fanta in like a decade. I didn't even know they still made this shit. Tastes like sugar and chemicals. Now, why am I drinking an orange Fanta even though it's totally unhealthy? I also have water next to me because I used to summer in Amsterdam, and I told you guys this on many occasions. When I was summering in Amsterdam, I went to something called Cannabis College, where they teach you all about the life of cannabis out there. And the thing that they taught me is if you are ever taking marijuana or THC for medical reasons, like I do, because I have endometriosis, if you're taking it for medical reasons to the point where it's a really high grade and the amount that you need to make the pain stop also makes you high as a fucking kite, the answer is sugar water or anything sweet. When you have THC in your system, having a flood of sugar brings the THC down. That's why we get munchies and cravings. We're actually sobering ourselves up when we're eating chocolate and cookies and stuff. So when I knew that I was going to medicate today, I was like, I'm going to have to buy me some cheap drink. Not even drink. I'm going to have to buy me a cheap drink so I can bring myself back down. So now I'm no longer in pain, and I'm also not high as a kite. Okay? Even though these are legally obtained medicinals in the state of California, I don't want to be irresponsible. I have been a little bit high with my sister in the members only lounge. Shout out to those of you who were there for that members only, where me and my sister were hotboxing in my room at my old house. And then we started telling the story about how I became a phone sex operator and why I had to quit. That was an unhinged story time. Shout out to the members in general. All right, so TS Madison, let's do some level setting. And if you can see at the bottom right here, guys, because ADHD is kicking my ass today, you can register for the last emotional intelligence workshop of the entire year. There will be no more in 2026. I think we only have 40% of the tickets left, right? So if you want to register for that, please go to fall26.eventbrite.com. Fall26.eventbrite.com. It is an 8-week crash course. We meet live on Zoom every single Wednesday for 2.5 hours. We just ended the winter cohort. Everybody was so sad because we had so much fun. So if you want to take the class, the last one, which is in September, registration is open now, and we only have. Also, I'm having a birthday happy hour because St. Patty's happy hour went so well. My birthday happy hour, the link for that is bday26.eventbrite.com, right? So if you want to take the class, it's fall26.eventbrite.com. And if you want to show up to our birthday party, it's bday26.eventbrite.com. And the reason I'm smiling about the birthday one is the St. Patty's one was fun, but seeing how much love it was and how we ran an hour over time is why this one is a little bit more expensive, because we're going to be there for a little bit longer. Also, too, there is a flash sale on candles. So the Pure Sweetness, the Road Opener, the Good Juju, the Return to Set, and the Protection candles, there's a massive sale. And then, why did I disappear? Did y'all see that? Is there a ghost in the machine? Why did it look like I disappeared? Anyways, there's a massive sale happening on bundles. So it's 4 packs of candles that I've personally curated that work well together. My favorite one is the Clean Slate bundle. I think it's a clarity and peace, a heal thyself, a protection candle, and a pure sweetness candle. Those are the 4 candles that I'm gonna be burning in April for my birthday to get me ready for my birthday season on the 24th. So that's my favorite, is the Clean Slate. The other one is the Protection Neck. That one is the insurance policy candle pack of what I do every quarter. And I think it's a protection, a return to sender, a big wick energy, right? Get your weight up, and then a mystery candle. If you buy the 4 pack, the 4th candle is a mystery candle, which means it's either going to be a pure sweetness from the bestsellers list, a good juju, or a road opener, because those are our biggest selling candles. But I didn't have enough of them to do a pack of those. So we have some road openers and good jujus and pure sweetness that are kind of like overstock, but there's not enough to make a bundle. So those are going to be the mystery candles, and we'll see which one you guys get. I think I answered all your questions. All right. Somebody said, OTS is very cheap for what you get. Yes, it is. I have had, my financial advisor has cussed me out. She keeps telling me that the class is supposed to be $3,000. I've been told by so many people that the class is supposed to be $3,000. I know for a fact most of my demographic that I'm trying to work with could not afford that. Could I still sell out the class? Yeah, honestly, I think I have enough people who are doing well where I could sell it out, but I don't want just a small group of niggas who make a lot of money to take my class. So even though the class is supposed to be $3,000, I only sell it for like $550 because I think that's like 1/5 or 1/6 of the price. So the class is 20% of what it's been appraised at. And that is because I want as many people. Yes, guys, 3,000. You guys don't understand. It is an 8-week course. It's 3 hours every week. So 8, 6, it's 24 hours. My rate is $300 an hour. Do math, right? Even in a group setting, I have taken other classes like Landmark Forum, The Artist Way. I've done all these classes that they charged you thousands of dollars, and they're not as explicit and full as mine. In fact, my number one complaint, and if Florence is in here, she would tell you, my number one complaint for my class is, Blue, you're giving us too much. Like, how do we take all these notes? And I tell people all the time, I'm intentionally giving you a buffet of shit, and then you make your own plate. Yeah. You guys don't understand. Most people would have made my class into like monthly increments, 1,000 a month here, 1,000 a month there. Trust me, I understand the marketing strategy about how I could have charged my classes. I prayed on it and said, God, how much can I charge where I'm getting compensated for the work that I'm doing, and though I'm speaking to as many people in my community as possible, particularly Black and brown people and women and people who are disenfranchised in the LGBTQ plus. And so I chose 1/5 of the value. Thank you for the winter class. I have learned so much, and I can't wait for the alumni in the summer. Oh, I can't wait. Yes, we have monthly alumni check-ins that happen in the summer leading into the holidays, into the top of the new year, because the last tip of the year tends to be the most psychologically damaging and precarious. So yeah, shout out to all the people who for this class and who are going to be joining the alumni. Are the candles only available? No, the candles. So you guys, I put it in the post. Candles and tickets are separate sales. You can buy candles without tickets. You can buy tickets without candles. You can buy both. Please read the actual tickets that you're buying. If you read them, there's no confusion, right? And when you buy a candle bundle, it tells you exactly what candles are in the bundle. Nowhere does it say there's a ticket involved. I think there were 4 people. Mind you, we sold like 150, 200 items last time. Of the 200 people who came to me last time for the St. Patty's Day, 4 of you hit me up saying I didn't get a link. And then when I went to go track you down, which by the way takes a lot of time, when I do all the forensic accounting to track people down, it kept on saying she bought a single candle. And I'd be like, babe, you didn't buy a ticket, you bought a candle. Well, I thought the candle was included. I said, but it doesn't say that anywhere. And then I got pushback. If the young lady's watching, you know you did this, so I'm not being mean. I'm just saying what happened. The pushback was, well, next time, can you be more clear? I said, what do you mean be more clear? It didn't say it. So guys, y'all have this thing where y'all get excited, don't read, and then think I need feedback. No, just read. No, I don't need feedback. Just read, please. I'm begging you. I'm a writer. I write for a living. Just read what I write. I promise. That's all you have to do is read. I promise. Yes, it said add on. And then when you add it on, you have to buy a ticket to add it on to. It says ticket and then ticket add on. If you only buy the add on, guys, ticket and then ticket add on, that's like you buying ketchup and saying, "Where's my burger?" You only bought the ketchup, though. You can't buy the ketchup and then cuss me out for not giving you a burger. I love y'all so much, but a lot of y'all need an ego death. Because why am I getting a 3-page email about what I did wrong because you didn't read a ticket? And mind you, y'all keep doing this. And whenever this happens, I say to myself, do I want to quit? Have I saved up enough money where I don't have to do this ever again? So just know that if you've ever sent me a suggestion about what to do because you didn't want to read what was provided and thought it's my fault that you were excited and hit a button without reading it, just know that no matter how nicely I'm responding to you, I'm looking at you crazy. This is like my 6th live about this. I feel like I do a live about this once a month. To clarify, please read. Okay? You can't buy the ketchup and then say, "Where's my burger?" You kind of have to buy the burger too, friend. Is this, oh. All right, child. What is the 13th reason? Y'all don't understand. And y'all be so, well, actually, you know, okay, yes, the screenshot says that 8 weeks ago, I only bought a single candle and I tried to get an invitation to a party that I didn't RSVP for. However, why didn't you make it more clear that I hadn't bought that ticket? And I'm just like, oh, honey, okay, sure. All right, let's see what TS Madison. So TS Madison, let's get back to TS Madison. This is the timestamp, 37 minutes and 42 seconds. Shout out to ADHD. By the way, watching TS Madison and seeing her and her co-star Craig do all these detours on their lives, I felt so at home. Y'all like people who have ADHD, I'm convinced now. TS Madison has been harassed by a young man named the DL Whisperer, whose entire brand is sleeping with men who are on the DL and then exposing them. And apparently the DL Whisperer decided to become transphobic and found a barrage of supporters and messages from Black people, men and women, gay and straight, who also are transphobic, who were sending this young man cash apps and tips and super chats while he was doing these transphobic lives, talking about how he was going to go to TS Madison's house and potentially beat her up or unalive her. You would think anybody who knows anything about TS Madison would think it was crazy to attack her because she makes it clear the way I make it clear. I believe in being armed. I'm a great shot, respectfully. Yeah, I believe in being armed as a Black woman. So you know you hitting up a shooter, proverbially and quite physically. Is you crazy? So apparently this young man showed up to T.S. Madison's house. The police came. T.S. Madison's lawyers also came. And it's got real tricky for this young man who thought it was cute to be transphobic. Now, where did I hear about all this? In Atlanta. Remember that trip to Atlanta that I took to get my locks taken out and got hemmed up in a TSA nightmare? Well, while my loctician was taking my locks out, he told me all about it. Hey, friend, thank you for catching me up. So, T.S. Madison now is about to put belt to ass on this young man who she calls Keisha, right? He is not going to be named on the show, and I love that T.S. Madison says, like I said the same thing. The young lady from the Melissa Ford story that I told in the members only area, who I never once said her name. And I cackled because she gets fed being acknowledged. Me simply not saying her name, even though she was referenced, I knew it drove her crazy, but I didn't want to speak any life into her. I'm a manifester. If I speak your name, I'm speaking life into you. I'm not speaking life into everybody. So in the same way, T.S. Madison doesn't believe in speaking life into her haters and her saboteurs either, right? Misguided fans. You a fan, though, respectfully. So actually, no, let me stop saying respectfully. I think today we're going to get disrespectful. Let me stop saying respectfully. Today we're going to get a little disrespectful. So T.S. Madison did an entire live talking about what was happening with this young person who she calls Keisha, i.e. the DL Whisperer. And at one point, she and her co-star Craig say one of the reasons why the DL Whisperer felt so emboldened is because there are so many transphobic women who are willing to back this up and pay a coin, and they think that because DL Whisperer is queer, that it's like a cheat code that a gay person can be transphobic and a straight person can't like call them out. So it's like a cheat code. It's not a cheat code. You a transphobe. It's not a she could. You still are fucking transphobe. So on the heels of TS Madison talking about this transphobic gay man who outs DL straight men, attacking her quite literally, she is saying, yeah, a lot of y'all girlfriends be hyping y'all up on that transphobic shit, but you know, I press charges, okay? I'm gonna press charges. And perfect example is Blue just did a video where they mistook her as a transphobe. And now I'm watching this like, oh shit, how I get in it? Hold on. T.S. Madison got a gun, DL Whisperer going to jail. How Blue Loosma get in it? However, though, I had already heard that the conversation was really complimentary. T.S. Madison completely understood where I was coming from. And so this is what she said. Let's watch.
And so this is why we're in the state of what we're in with the division amongst the colors. Now, there is a woman who sat on a podcast with Carlos King, Dustin Ross, and Funky Dineva. I appreciated her take of it, and they only clipped her part. That they clipped it, and it kind of made the homophobes and the transphobes feel like that she was an ally.
I am not an ally to homophobes or transphobes. By the way, I am so happy that my spirit told me to immediately make the clarification video. It's Carlos's team's job to make a video that's going to be compelling and go viral and get them clicks and views. They did their job. It's my job to make sure I'm fucking safe and that people understand my stance clearly. So I am so relieved that I rolled over on the couch, saw the clip, immediately saw where it was going, and nipped it in the bud. I am so relieved. Shout out to the spirit guides.
Let's take a look. Craig, let's take a look, because what we're going to do is blue. It was blue. But let's take a look. And when we take a look, we're going to let Craig, the intellectual.
Child, if the man call himself straight, it's not my job to tell him what he is. Okay? I got a homegirl who calls herself a bisexual but hasn't taken dick in 20 years. We don't know what to tell her. Okay? She doesn't say the word lesbian, so we leave her alone. I know a lesbian who takes dick quite frequently. That's not what I would call it. I've in my big age, if I'm gonna call him Tyrone, I'm gonna call him Tyrone. Okay, I'm playing along. All right, I'm just gonna play along.
Break down what she was talking about. Have you seen this clip?
I did.
You did.
I did.
All right, well, let's play it.
Now, who didn't see the clip? At this point, I feel like everybody. I'm telling you, I was already cool with Sterling K. Brown's wife because she's so amazing and she likes spicy women. Ryan is very supportive of Black women in media. But when Sterling K. Brown started following me in the middle of all this trans mess, I was like, y'all, you do like spicy women. I appreciate it. I love it when straight men see me having these kind of provocative, woke conversations, particularly if they have to do with the gay community and they opt in, because so many times we think straight men don't want to no part of this. So shout out to everybody who saw what I wrote and understood my heart. And also shout out to Laverne Cox. Laverne Cox actually took my entire clip and put it on her page and tagged me. That was actually really dope. All right, none of the trans girls were confused. The irony that gay men jumped to conclusions and attacked my character before I chin checked them, and the trans girls immediately got it. Well,
and then we're going to, but just know.
But wait, before we go to that, I wanted to say about what you were just saying a moment.
Just like me, they went on a 45-minute detour when he said, before you play the clip. So imagine me, I'm up here waiting to get the clip so I can come on live, and they keep going on detours. And I'm like, Blue, you do that. Oh my God, this is your karma. So she queued it up and then went on a 45-minute detour. I love Maddie so much. She cleared the girls, okay? She cussed everybody the fuck out and then came back to this.
Now, the rest of you girls that get down there, y'all be mad, y'all can play them whole stroke games all you want to. This is the age of fuck around and find out. I'm not fighting no man or no woman in the streets. You bitches will fight charges.
Mind you, I'm up here waiting like, wait, my face was just on the screen. How'd we get here? And mind you, I'm going to go watch the TS Madison after this. She's so entertaining. I love her.
I want you to understand this. You can let your transphobia and your homophobia get you out there in motherfucking in all types of charges. Because what? I'm gonna do what? Impress.
Impress.
And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Okay.
Now let's move on to this.
Okay,
He's new.
And then they took another break because TS Madison got hungry. At this point, y'all in the chat like, where Blue? I said, this was supposed to be a 5-minute detour, but I do this. And I'm highly entertained, so I can't even be mad. So y'all see Empress. I need to add that to our lexicon as a family. Shout out to TS Madison. You're going to always get credit for that. Empress, okay? We're going to press charges. So once TS Madison got her some noodles, then they finally played my clip.
Those were good.
Mm-hmm. Take it from the top, Bo.
Okay. Like from the beginning? Oh, okay. Hold on. There we go. All right. And play? All right.
Good morning, family. So I wake up this morning, get my day started, and I realize that Carlos King's team has just released this really amazing clip of a conversation that happened between me and Dustin Ross and Funky Dineva, moderated by Carlos, about the E.J. Johnson interview that he did that went viral recently, and just in general what it's like to date in the queer space, right? What is it like to date as an LGBT?
Ew, you know how some of y'all like your ice cream mushy? Like people be like, oh, my grandma puts her ice cream in the microwave. I actually am the opposite. I like my ice cream to be extremely hard. Pause. I'm so childish. This too soft. It's not ice cream. This is a chunky milkshake. No. I like my ice cream to be so hard that I have to chip away at it. I'm about to play the clip while I go put my ice cream back in the freezer. Yes, I'm being very neurodivergent right now. Okay, let me have this.
LGBTQ plus person. Now, in this clip, Funky Dineva asked me, why do you think Black women often have feelings of disdain for trans girls, right? And I explained to Funky Dineva in the panel that I have noticed as a trans advocate, pause, you hear that? I'm a trans advocate. As someone who is an ally to the trans community, I have experienced myself that Black women are among some of the hardest people to convince to let go of internalized transphobia. And I explained to the panel why I believe that is.
I'm sorry. I thought I had a thought. So just as she just said, Black women are some of the hardest to convince to see their own transphobia. The parallel here for me is, as Black people, it is hard for us to convince some white people that racism exists.
Craig, don't you start conflating the two. One is a choice and one we can't, because you know that's the argument. Don't you put?
You understand what I'm saying? Those things that feel and look so obvious to us as Black people, we're like, here it is. It's right here.
That's what we be saying as trans people.
This is.
Now, here's the thing. I know people get sensitive when people make that comparison. However, I've always argued that all privilege acts the same. So he actually is correct. I know people are going to get upset. Again, I don't care. All privilege acts the same. The point of privilege is to have the luxury of not seeing things because you're not being impacted as the marginalized party. Right? So when the privilege is based on race, white people are always stunned and confused and making the Pikachu face like, what? What do you mean? There's two Americas? Because the whole point of privilege is to have the luxury of not knowing. Right? It's the same thing for people who are cis versus people who are trans. Sorry, I got some ice cream stuck in my throat. By the way, I'm lactose intolerant, so I'm even eating ice cream right now. Living on the edge. So if you are someone who is cis and has never once had to figure out, do my genitals and my gender identity match? Is the way I'm perceived medically and the way that I perceive myself societally and culturally and spiritually and sexually, do they match? We've never had to ask ourselves that question. There's a privilege in never having to ask yourself that question. So I do agree with him that all privilege is homogenous, and the fact that it provides the luxury of not knowing and the ability to feign confusion about things that inconvenience you because they don't impact your ability to move through the world. Right? Yes, Bubble Guts. Look, man, I choose my battles. Let me finish watching this.
It's the same thing that they're saying.
Like, girl, this is what you're doing.
But they refuse to see it. They refuse to see it.
Motherfucking man in the wig.
But do you think it's the fact that
it's intersectional?
do you think it's the fact that they refuse to see it, or the fact that
I think it's both.
Oh, okay.
I think it's experience, implicit biases, and I think it's a refusal to see it.
You a man in a wig?
Because I was going to say, do you think it's just the fact that they just don't want to fuck with people that don't have, I guess, the same mindset or the same beliefs or anything?
I'm just a man in a wig.
No.
A very, very, very expensive, beautifully done wig.
Not like your aunt's.
Not like theirs is on their head, but a very, very expensive, beautifully done wig and a very, very, very beautiful mug. Very pretty face. Man. Who got their homegirl on 3 hots in a cot, bitch.
Break down the disconnect between Black women and trans women. Talk to us about that. School us a little bit.
Yeah, and this is so interesting. I feel like
Mercury retrograde.
the gay anthropologist here, but
Mercury retrograde has been so weird today. By the way, we are in the shadow period. I hate when y'all act like, really quick detour before I continue the clip. I mentioned this on Threads. I'm going to mention it here because it drives me absolutely nuts. And it happens 3 times a year. Mercury in retrograde, the way that you think about Mercury in retrograde, imagine Michael Jackson has decided to turn backwards and moonwalk backwards across the stage. When Mercury's in retrograde means backwards, right? When Mercury's in retrograde, all Michael Jackson is doing is moonwalking backwards. The day that Mercury retrograde, that you guys call it over, which is not true, simply means that Mercury has turned direct. All Michael Jackson did was turn direct. He still has to moonwalk all the way back to where he started. Every year, y'all see this nigga turn. Just turn and say, it's over. Mercury in retrograde is over in one day. It's just over. Please stop clapping for a nigga turning. Can you let him get back to where he started? Y'all keep clapping for the turn. He's still, okay. Because retrograde, okay. I'm sorry. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. In reality, when Mercury turns direct, literally, that's all it means. It turns direct. Please give it a week to get back to where it started. If it took you 3 weeks to get over here, I'm going to at least give you a week to get back. Yes? Just at least a week. My rule is at least give it a week. So, y'all, we still in the shadow period. Please, I beg. Relax. All right. Let's go back to watching this clip and hoping that Mercury retrograde don't fuck my shit up. Hold on. Let me hit the button now. There we go. Here's the thing. I want my community to love on each other, and so we have to call a thing by its name before we can.
We all do. Yes, I agree with
call
that.
the thing by its name. A large part of this, and this is something that a lot of women, they don't have the language to say, but when I say to them, they're like, oh, snap, you're right. Black women are at the very, very bottom of the proverbial food chain, right? Black men, depending on the metrics, are sometimes next to us or way above us. When it is based on gender, they're right next to white men. They're second place. When it's based on race, they come back down to us and white women take second place. So black men and white women, they switch places taking second. We never get to be second. We're always last. We never get to move up and down based on gender or money. We're always last. Then you create the space where when the black men are next to the white women, tapping in, is it gender? My turn. Is it race? Your turn. Second place. They then start to bond over their disdain for the black women who are catching up through education, even though they're still in last place. How that hoe get next to us, right? Then you create this thing that happens where a lot of black men now try to look for as a status symbol, well, if I want to beat this white man, the thing I can do is take his bitch. So a lot of black men have started to exalt white women with our body parts as our replacement, because I get to have the look and feel of a black woman, but I get to spite the white man that I'm subconsciously still arguing with for first place, right? So now there's this interesting dance of everybody's dancing around second and first, we still in last place. So now we have to share space now, sometimes conditionally, with white presenting black women who, because of racial identity being ambiguous, have the curly hair and the white phenotypes, but because they're 3% white like Mary from Sinners, we gotta call her a black woman even though she ain't done none of the shit that we've had to go through, right? So black women are already tired from the word black woman being diluted with whiteness because of white supremacy. And then you add a trans girl who had the privilege of being a man in society's eyes before she made peace with being trans. And in our minds, subconsciously, we're thinking, everybody gets to run up and down but us.
And that's what I was saying. I think it was last week when you were saying, and I know those of you who watch the show regularly, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But remember we were talking about, and you said you and Black women have shared experiences, da 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 da. She tapped on a piece, and I don't know if I really fully articulated this last week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But you do have shared experiences. But the piece that Black women have alone is they had the experience of being a little girl.
Yes.
And so they experienced those things as little girls
because
first.
they are female.
Absolutely.
And
So they were informed, if you will,
Yeah.
of their place as little girls first.
Correct. And we will never know that, and we will never be females.
Yeah.
I have said this countless times on my show, on any show, any interview, any place that I've been at. We will never, ever, ever be females. The lived experiences that Blue have, I will never have that lived experience. She is a female.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I love? And I'm getting shivers watching this. By the way, how weird is it that I'm watching them watching me? This is so bizarre. This is like Inception, okay? The show is finally like in that movie Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a dream within a dream, right? You see how I'm willing to speak out about the ugly, the pain, the valid pain that's turned into ugly and casual, unintentional transphobia in Black women because we were oppressed by another party that created that pressure, right? And then TS Madison's able to say, and she's not wrong. I won't ever know what it's like to be born female. You see how I can be a trans advocate. She can be a trans woman. I can speak only in my lane while advocating for those on my side who cause her harm to humanize her and show her more grace. And she can be in her lane and saying, I recognize that your lived experience is real. And I recognize that we are similar and dissimilar, right? Because not all sisters are identical, right? And can you please make sure that I am getting my basic respect as well? Y'all see how you don't have to be fragile. You don't have to pander. You just have to actually respect the people that you're talking to. It's only hard to speak respectfully when you don't respect. I tell you guys the story all the time about how this young lady came up to me one time because she had been dating this lesbian that I was cool with, the soft stud. You know, DC soft studs be getting people in trouble, child. She was saying some soft stud that I was really cool with and who was always at my house. And one day the soft stud's at my house and her girlfriend calls and is like, where you at? She's like, I'm at Blue's house. She's like, oh, that weird bitch. Yeah, I am weird, bitch. What of it? Right? She's like, oh, that weird bitch. And my stud friend could tell that I could hear it. And my stud friend was like, yo, the phone is loud. She can hear you. I can tell from her face she can hear you. I was like, yeah, I heard that. And she said, I don't give a fuck. Now hear me. If you called me a weird bitch and said that you don't give a fuck that I'm offended, I have no other questions. So what the bitch didn't know is I was a socialite at the time and half the parties were being thrown at my house. You're not invited to none of them. If I go to a function and I see you, we not speaking, right? Because you don't give a fuck about me, yes? If you knew I could hear your voice and you say you don't give a fuck about me, bet, keep not giving a fuck about me. I don't do this internet phone shit. However you see me online, it's like that in real fucking life. It's up and it's stuck, right? So after 6 months of me ignoring her existence to the point where people are starting to say, can Blue even see her? I'm real good at ignoring people. It actually scares me how good I am at it, right? And I don't ignore people lightly because I understand that, the silent treatment is considered a form of psychological abuse unless we're not in community. I can ignore strangers, bitch. I'm a stranger to you. 6 months passed by. I'm in Atlanta. Funny enough, the last time I had ever been in Atlanta. Oh my God, this was the last time I was in Atlanta. Oh, this is why I stopped going to Atlanta. Oh my God. It just hit me. This is why I stopped going to Atlanta. And for those who've been watching me, I went to Atlanta for the first time last week. Regret that shit. So I'm in Atlanta and I'm there to support some friends. And she sees me at the function and I'm doing what I usually do, acting like she doesn't exist. She walks up to me and she's like, Blue, why is it every time that you see me, you don't speak to me? It's like you don't respect me. And I stopped and I thought about it. I was like, you're right. I don't respect you. So I was like, yeah, you're right. I don't speak to you because I don't respect you. I agree. And she just stared at me. I can literally see her brain buffering. Like, wait, no, you're supposed to say that you don't know what I'm talking about, and then I'm supposed to call you a bitch. I was like, no, you're right. You're absolutely correct. I do not respect you. And I thought I was doing a better job at hiding it. So thank you for clocking that. You got me. She starts huffing and puffing and looking up and down and saying, well, I can see why you're insecure. I said, I didn't say I was insecure. I said, I don't respect you. She's like, I can see why you're insecure. She looks me up and down, signaling to my big breasts and my wide hips. You know, the body parts that her stud girlfriend was trying to fuck on when we went to Cuba. Yes, about that's awkward. Her girlfriend was trying to fuck me. So that's awkward. You looking at me like I'm disgusting. The bitch must have saw something else, right? So she's looking me up and down like talking about, well, I can see why you're insecure. I said, well, I don't agree that I'm insecure. And just know, you keep looking at me like you're trying to say that I'm a fat bitch and so I must be insecure. I'm incredibly proportionate. I am a classic hourglass, okay? My waist is 10 inches smaller than my hips. Meanwhile, you have cankles. There's no weight loss drug for that. Next thing I know, all these studs come flooding. Blue, stop. I said, no, hold on, no. She made it clear that she could see me. I need her to know I can see her back. We can see each other. I'm a fat bitch built like a Coke bottle. You are built like an iPhone. I prefer my plight. Mind you, some of my favorite people have cankles, right? I wouldn't switch places with them though. At this point, they're dragging me away from her because I'm cackling. I thought we were sharing what we see, right? I tell my Nigerian friends all the time because my Nigerian friends would be like, Blue, you keep on saying don't judge, but we judge. I said, no, y'all can judge me. Just know that if you have a turn, then I have a turn. The reason why I say don't judge me around me is because nobody likes it when it's my turn. All you're gonna do is call me a fat bitch. Ooh, can I go now? Can I go now? Nobody enjoys it when it's my turn. Do you know none of my Nigerian friends do that judgy shit on me? One tried. He still has not recovered. Yeah? What? Somebody said, no, I have no issue with people with cankles, but if we're going to be doing a physical assessment, then I need a turn. That's all? Okay. Yes, I have nappy hair and I'm a fat bitch. Great. Can I go next? Please. I beg. Please let me go next. Bridget told me I probably shouldn't smile when I say it's my turn. Yeah, I need to work on that. I need to work on that. That's all to say that when someone does not respect you, it's going to always be tricky to talk to you because they don't really respect you. I personally do not talk to people I don't respect because I know I'm going to be disrespectful. It's right there in the word. Yeah? The reason why I can talk about the trans community with so much bass in my voice, say all this ugly shit that makes y'all uncomfortable, and the trans girls are like, oh, I get it. It's because they can feel that I respect them. Because I actually see them as people, because I actually rock with them, because I actually love them and have them in my community and hold space with them. When I speak to them, it's easy to sound respectful because I actually respect them. A lot of you are just like, let me just call this nigga she so that he doesn't get upset at me. A lot of you are internally disrespectful, which is why you have a hard time pretending to be respectful when you open your mouth. Why fake it when you could just be it? It's easier not to fake it. Rather than be like, Blue, teach me how to fake being a trans ally. How about you just be one and see them as people? Once you see somebody as a person, it's kind of instinctive. It's called shared humanity. Like, did we skip that part? Social media? All right, but let's continue to see what else TS Madison said. This is going to be a long live because I missed y'all. We're going to be here all night. You might want to order some food. I haven't had me a filibuster in a while. Let's go.
I will never have that experience. I will never know what it's like to carry a child in the womb. I don't have a womb to do that. I will never know what it's like to have a menstrual cycle. I will never know this stuff because I am not a female.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I have said this.
She is a woman. She's not a female. Words matter. For those who say, what is a woman, right? Because I feel like a lot of times the gotcha that happens with right-wing evangelicals and people who are blatantly and proudly transphobic under the guise of feminism is that they'll be like, well, what's a woman? And they'll think, I gotcha. Because now you got to say that women's got pussies, right? Oh, what's a woman? I'm actually awkward because I actually read. Yeah. That question isn't actually hard, guys. What is a woman is not a hard question. A woman is a social construct of feminine archetypes, allegedly feminine archetypes that people take on as a gender identity. That's a woman. A woman, you cannot be born a woman because a woman is a social construct. There's no medical term woman. Does not exist. You cannot medically be a woman. To be a woman is to choose to take on the gender identity of womanhood and all the feminine attributes that are assigned to that gender identity. That's all it means to be a woman. What you're talking about medically is female. You can be born a female. You choose to be a woman. That's always been the case because words mean things. Woman is not a medical term. You can't be born a woman. You can only be born female. You see how easy it is to answer simple questions when you read to understand, not to fight? Womanhood is a choice. Being female is not. So, I was born female, and I have the luxury of agreeing with being assigned female at birth. So there's no disparity and there's no oppression there for me between what my body says, what my brain says, and what society says. I can't even imagine what it'd be like one day wake up with this same mind and suddenly my titties are gone and I got a dick. I would be, oh my God, I don't even like taking my own trash. When Bridget comes to town, I make her take out my trash for me. She's my boyfriend. I'm a girl. Like, can you imagine if this personality was born in a dick? Well, they'd probably call me a queen, but still, like, honey, what? I'm so lucky that my personality, my spirit, and my coochie all match. Not everybody's as fortunate, right? There's disparities and nuances that I have the luxury of I will never have to think about that. I'll never look at my vagina and be like, girl, why have you forsaken me? We kindred, yeah? I have cis privilege. And so, because I know what it's like to wake up one day and be like, damn, I'm not sure I can stay in the Christian church because of they're causing me psychological harm. And when my cousin got diagnosed with schizophrenia, the first thing they took away from him was his Bible. I don't think I can subscribe to this anymore. I love Jesus Christ. I love God. I love my relationship to God. I love moving through the world in a way that is Christ-like, but the church that I'm a part of is actually causing me harm. It was incredibly painful. I'm the girl who was built for church. I'm autistic. I love rules. I love black and white. Are you serious? All this gray shit I had to learn, right? So me being a hyper feminine girl who likes Jesus, finding out that I might be a little gay and hella autistic, and I'm not allowed to have opinions, and I'm going to the Catholic Church in the 90s in Boston, Massachusetts, and I'm being chosen to be the token black girl on the cover of the Catholic Times with Cardinal Law, the same Cardinal Law that would be in trouble and potentially indicted later for, covering up the scandal with the little boys being touched. That was my church. Yeah? When I'm weeping, crying about my love for Jesus Christ and putting on a white wedding dress as a child to have first communion, dressed like Jesus' bride, because that's not creepy at all. They dressed me in a bridal gown as an 8-year-old so I could marry Jesus. That's when I first started asking questions like, but I'm a kid. I don't want to marry Jesus. I'm a kid. I thought he was my father. This is gross. I said that at church. I said, why are you making me marry Jesus in a wedding dress and I'm 8? In Catholic school, they make you marry Jesus at 8. And I thought that was gross because I don't want to marry my father because that's called incest. Because I be reading words. I literally asked the nuns, why are you making me cosplay incest? And then I got sent to detention for being disrespectful. But it's still a valid question. It's been 30 years, bitch. I still want you to answer my question. Why do I have to be Jesus' child bride? That's nasty. I'm not finna do that. What you mean I'm in detention? Yeah? So, as a bitch who's always had questions that needed to be answered, by the time I met a trans friend and she was like, I'm a little different, I get in trouble for it. I said, yeah, bitch, me too. I think that's why I think that's why trans girls flock to me. I get it, bitch. They told me I was a little off. Look at us being off together, reading these bitches down. Okay, let's play the clip.
Bitch, hence my name is TS fucking Madison.
Let you know off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you over here screaming out that I'm a man.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
And there's a fatigue there that makes it hard to be hospitable because you're saying you're a woman, but you got to be a nigga for about 27 years first. I didn't even get that. And I'm already sharing space with the white bitch because she got a curl pattern, right? Like, I'm tired. When do y'all just get to admit that this thing, this cis het black woman thing, this racially unambiguous black woman thing, only I have truly experienced it like this? Now, here's the thing.
Did the clip stop? What happened? Now, child.
I have been an emotional intelligence coach for almost 20 years now. It is my job as a coach to understand the pain that informs people's decisions and their fear-based reactions. Just because I eloquently explained why black women find themselves being transphobic does not mean I agree with it. Just because I can understand how you got there does not mean I condone it. And so when I went in the comments and people were saying things like, oh, this is exactly what Just With The Mess was trying to say. No, it's not. Respectfully to Just With The Mess, what I just did masterfully in that clip is not what Just With The Mess was trying to explain. Just With The Mess was being...
She said what I did in that clip masterfully.
She did.
And did.
And did.
Okay, y'all, okay. People said, bitch, did you just say you masterfully... Sorry, guys, I haven't fully taught myself to hide my internal dialogue. The way I talk to y'all is the way I talk to me. So yes, I was like, bitch, that was masterful. What you mean Just With The fucking mess? Never. She could never. Are you serious? My brain didn't think to hide that. That's how you know my heart is pure. It didn't even occur to me, bitch, edit this for the general public. Well.
And did. That's not what Jess was doing. And for those that be screaming out, but TS be attacking Jess, no, Jess goes out of her way.
She does.
With her transphobia, she goes out of her way. And y'all don't see the shit that she does because you share the same mental space with her. And it's like, oh, it's okay to do that because that's a man.
Confirmation bias. Oh, you guys, if somebody is confirming the laziest, ugliest part of you that doesn't require you to stretch, you're going to conflate you recognizing you're ugly in them for them actually making sense. That's why Huda had a fan base. Because people were as messy and depraved and as unhinged and deregulated as Huda, they mistook familiarity for righteousness. Just because it's familiar or relatable doesn't mean it's good or healthy, respectfully. Actually, no. Let me stop saying respectfully, y'all. We're about to be disrespectful today.
And I should be able to hold on, Mo.
No, that's why I'm
that's a man, and I don't mind. Black men and us already have this situation with each other, and so.
For those who say TS Madison gave me my flowers, I haven't seen the whole thing, so I will watch the rest of it because I haven't gotten to that part yet. But I love watching a trans woman talk about this clip because even though in the clip I am a cis woman only speaking to the cis woman experience, I stayed in my lane. I still love that the tone of inclusion that I took made her feel comfortable enough to include herself. So that makes me really happy.
You just a black man in a wig that's leaning into patriarchy, and you're a misogynist because you even speak. I should be able to disrespect you. Hold on.
Yes, they ask you for female as a medical distinction. They don't ask you about your gender identity. They ask you about your medical distinction, which again are two very different things.
Because this is what it sounds like to me. I don't know what it is or what it looks like to y'all, but to me, this is what it sounds like to me. I should be able to have the ability to disrespect you.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to put your life in danger.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be no response, no consequences, no repercussions because I'm a real woman. And
she's right. A lot of women say flagrantly disrespectful, fucked up, universally hateful things to trans women. And they're so steeped in their pain and frustration and judgment and homophobia and transphobia and internalized misogyny that they are mistaking their righteous indignation for being righteous. Not recognizing that you sound as passionate as somebody on Fox News who's just as hateful and bigoted and just as convinced that God is on their side. It's tricky.
And because once upon a time, we said this on the previous show, all of what you just said, and
yes, because perfect example, LaShondra Chanel, let's say your name is LaShondra. If I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. Let's say your name is LaShondra and you had a white boss who wanted to call you Shundi all the time as a nickname while giving you demeaning tasks to do. Shundi, give me some coffee. You'd be like, first of all, my name is LaShondra and I'm an account manager. Like, call me by my name, right? Recognize who I am. All of us find it disrespectful to have someone hear you say who you are and intentionally say the opposite. All of us, fuck being trans, all of us find that disrespectful. All of us. If you are a vice president and they call you a secretary, you're offended, yes? And that's merely about your station at work. Imagine being miscalled by your entire fucking identity. All of us would find that offensive. A lot of the shit that y'all think is trans people being sensitive are just blatantly disrespectful shit that you have the luxury of not having to worry about. It's universally disrespectful to misgender somebody. I got on the phone the other day when I had laryngitis, and the person on the phone said, I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat that? I said, first of all, I'm a madam. I'm not a sir, I'm a woman. For a quick second, I was offended. Like, bitch, do I need to cough? The fuck? I know I got a husky voice, but me, right? So as a cis woman being misgendered, I was like, excuse me, bitch? So just know, like, can we stop pretending that trans people are the only people who don't like being misidentified? We all find it disrespectful. Back in the day, if you called Miss Shirley Shirley, they would say, that's Miss Shirley to you. Exactly. We know that how you are called and how you are referenced is a sign of respect or disrespect. So why do we keep playing stupid when it comes to the queer folks? Y'all are lying. Somebody said, this live just made my day. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my love. And also, too, the whole they is not proper English. Yes, it is. Do you know how I know that y'all know how to say the word they? Have you ever talked to a man who is cheating? If you want to see how natural the word they is in the English language, talk to a nigga who's about to cheat. Hey, baby, where you going tonight? I'm going out with a friend. Really? What friend? You know, they are, they're somebody from work. I met them at work. Oh, okay. And what you gonna do? Well, they might, take me to a happy hour afterwards with some other colleagues. You talk to a man who's cheating, he will date them you to death. Date them to the window, to the walls. To the sweat falls down his balls. Yes? Y'all love a good day when it's time to tell bitches to mind their business because you about to do some Solange. But suddenly let a queer or trans or gender non-conforming person come into the room and want to use they. Now you're confusion. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to say that. The fuck out of here, bro. Sincerely, cut the shit. Sorry, I'm a trans advocate. I'm just doing my job. Let me play the clip.
And because once upon a time, we could talk to you trannies like that, and we could talk to you faggots like that, and nobody cared.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make the parallel again. I know you want to.
Yes, you never notice the day, you just let it naturally happen. That's why I say people who say that they can't respect pronouns, that is hubris, not English. That is hubris, not English.
Jump in, Mo. Let me say this real quick because I'll forget.
Yeah, I just have a question. That's it.
And part of the reason that this administration is getting away with a lot of the shit they're getting away with, because they know that you all feel a way about trans people.
Yep.
They know that many people feel a way about immigrants.
They're intentionally grabbing the low-hanging fruit so they can move the goalpost until it's your turn.
Xenophobia runs rampant, and it's not just white people.
Yep.
So they're starting with the immigrants and the trainees, but then they move through everybody else. This shit that's going on at these airports is not just about ICE stopping and arresting illegals.
By the way, to the person who said I need to work on that bias, I appreciate you guys. That is the intention of this live. That's the intention of the panel I did with Carlos. That's the intention of all the other people who have clipped it up and spoken about it. Is we're hoping by us finally being able to have a real conversation. We're hoping by not becoming semantic Sally and pandering to fragility and insecurity and being scared to say the word because y'all quick to call people problematic just for having an ugly but respectful conversation. We're hoping by making it okay to be clear and honest about frustrations on all sides, we can finally get to a place of understanding. This is how intimacy is fostered. Intimacy comes from adversity, right? It's not me versus you. It's not adversarial. It's us versus the miscommunication. There is a gap between the Black community and on all sides, whether it's between men and women on the heteronormative front, or between the cis girls and the trans girls on the femininity front, or between the generations, right, in the workforce, like Generation X, Zennials, etc., or if it's between xenophobia, Black people from all over the globe. Well, you're Black American versus Black this versus Black that. We all niggas, okay? Whatever it is, none of it can be overcome until we name the ugly so that we can heal from the ugly and move on to something else. But if you don't name it, if you don't heal from it, it will persist. If you do not name something, it will persist. I have said this a million times in all of my lives, and I think I'm going to make it the key phrase for this live. Y'all know I like to have people have phrases in the replay button. When y'all watch this live, back and you put comments in the replay, please put "there's no safety without acknowledgement." You have to call something by its name before you can move past it. There's no safety without acknowledgement. You have to call something by its name before you can move past it. That is not opinion, that is research. The data has proven over and over again that a mistake that is not admitted is almost destined to be repeated. Half the time when I tell people, I'll forgive you, but you have to admit what you did first, that's not my ego. That's me understanding if you don't admit it, I'm a sitting duck. And now I'm a co-conspirator in my own demise because I knew better and I still let you back in. Call things by their fucking name so we can move past it.
That shit was in Project 2025.
We told them
that they were trying to privatize TSA. They trying to get rid of that shit. The fact that they have now had two.
By the way, white people say that about Black people all the time. And what do we tell white people? We tell them do their own research, because the question you're about to ask, there's probably plenty of videos and books already answering it. Do your own research. And if somebody from the marginalized group doesn't have the energy to be your teacher, they don't fucking owe you that. Find somebody from that marginalized group who does. There are Black people like me who are willing to sit down for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours and explain things to you in an educational, because I have an educational background, because I want to make sure that part of my life's work is teaching people. There's other Black people who don't have that fucking energy. And guess what? They don't owe you that. We can't keep on saying, well, I'm scared to say the wrong thing. That's what white folks say. What did I say earlier? Privilege is homogenous. All privilege says the same bullshit. It just sounds different when it's your turn. Do research.
Government shutdowns that have impacted TSA within 6 months, they're trying to phase them out. They are trying to phase TSA out. And the fact that we all are just taking videos and shouting and screaming at people in the airport, at these ICE agents in the airport, talking about, you're wrong, that's illegal, da da da, and you videoing this, putting it up on your social media, that's not enough. That's not enough. We're standing by and allowing it to happen. And when you stand by and allow things to happen, you're just as guilty as being in an ICE agent uniform. Yeah. You may as well be out there helping. Because if
By the way, don't think it's lost on me that when ICE agents are doing things to illegals or pedestrians minding their business without their paperwork, when it's white men in positions of power who are ICE agents, they are wearing masks. But when it's time to have a bunch of dummies that walk around the airport, suddenly they call all the niggas and Latinos. It's not lost on me that the ICE agents who are running around like Rambo through the streets with machetes and guns and grenades and, you know, the fucking sweat, blood, and tears of Donald Trump's ball sack, when them people are causing a ruckus, right? And I'm proud to be an American. They're wearing a fucking mask like the KKK. Yes. But the minute you got to be working a 9 to 5 at the airport, suddenly it's Jose and them and Keisha and them who just needed $80K to pay their rent, who are suddenly front street with no mask on. Y'all, the optics are so lazy. I don't even feel smart dissecting this. They're being so lazy about everything.
If you're not doing anything about it, you're participating, you're complicit. And the fact is, this administration understands that they can do this to trans people and they can do this to immigrants. And if they can get away with doing it with them, then they'll move to the next demographic. Next, it'll be black folks.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
By the way,
was feeding into your
them pausing with my mouth like this the entire time was hilarious.
transphobia and your home.
We're saying things like,
okay, so I think I accidentally fast forwarded. And I'm already sharing space with the white. Okay. Where's the part? Sorry, I accidentally hit rewind.
He did.
And did.
Okay, let me rewind. Sorry, guys. Retrograde. I just work here. By the way, it's very...
I have been an emotional intelligence coach for almost 20 years now. It is my job as a coach to understand the pain that informs people's decisions and their fear-based reactions. Just because I eloquently explained why Black women find themselves being transphobic does not mean I agree with it. Mm-hmm. Just because I can understand how you got there does not mean I condone it. And so when I went in the comments and people were saying things like, oh, this is exactly what Just With The Mess was trying to say. No, it's not. Respectfully to Just With The Mess, what I just did masterfully in that clip is not what Just With The Mess was trying to explain. Just With The Mess was being...
She said what I did in that clip, masterful.
To be a man in a wig, respect you, to disrespect, attack you. I'm a real woman.
And because one
question, that's it.
And part of the reason that this administration is xenophobia runs rampant, and it's not just white people. That shit was in Project 2025. Just taking videos and shouting and screaming at people in the airport, at these ICE agents in the airport, talking about you're wrong, that's illegal, da da da, and you videoing and putting it up on your social media. That's not enough. That's not enough. We're standing by and allowing it to happen. And when you stand by and allow things to happen, you're just as guilty as being in an ICE agent uniform. You may as well be out there helping. Because if you're not doing anything about it, you're participating, you're complicit. And the fact is, this administration understands that they can do this to trans people and they can do this to immigrants. And if they can get away with doing it with them, then they'll move to the next demographic. Next, it'll be black folks.
Oh, that was the end of the clip. And that's when I decided to come on live because the show was going too long. So I haven't seen past this point. I will say, from what I've heard of the conversation, I'm excited to hear what else they had to say. Somebody said that they kept talking about it in shades all throughout the night. So I'm really, really happy that that conversation went between Carlos, Dustin, Funky Dineva, and Dustin and I was so impactful. Someone says, for teaching us masterfully. Thank you, Nadia. Am I never going to live this down? I'm a self-mastery coach. You guys, it would be completely disingenuous for me to have been a self-mastery coach for almost 20 years and not see myself as masterful. It's the only way I can do my job. Shout out to the TISM. Shout out to the TISM for making me so blunt. All right, guys, we're going to move away from TS Madison. Shout out to her. TS, I adore you. If I ever have a chance to do something with you, call me. If you need a trans ally to come talk crazy to the cis girls and gather them lovingly, let me know. Guys, this is what community building looks like. Community building means that you are creating a space for people to sit with their ugly and have an incentive to heal past it. However, toxic positivity has taught many of you to ignore the ugly, and what happens is the ugly grows in the dark. If you want to kill something nasty and moldy, you have to crack open a window and let the sunlight fucking bleach it out, right? So I don't believe in letting ugly shit in the dark. I am like a golden retriever. If you ask me a question and I find it offensive, I'm like, hey, that's offensive. I don't like that question. Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm like, okay, I totally received that you probably didn't mean it. Here's why it offends me, though. Right? And I'm not going to demonize you. I'm going to clarify that it hit me funny, and let's discuss how not to have this moment again. Let's discuss. I don't ever want to advocate for you to think that just because you feel bad that someone did something bad. You can be triggered by benign things, right? If you knock your arm against the wall and you have a bruise, and I walk up to hug you and you go, ouch, I didn't attack you, but it still hurt though, right? A lot of you mistake being hurt with being attacked. That is a lack of emotional intelligence. Perfect segue. Register for the last EQ workshop of 2026, fall 26 at eventbrite.com. I didn't do that on purpose. It just happened to be scrolling. All right. The fan is facing me and it's giving me a bit of a runny nose. I'm gonna put it down. Am I the only person who can't have a fan on me too much without getting a runny nose? Oh wait, it's even more on me now. Damn it. I'll fix the fan after we watch the next video. Next on the docket, now that we talked about TS Madison, it's been like 90 minutes. I did not expect that. We're going to talk about Vic and Christine. Okay, so 1 hour, 30 minutes is the timestamp for those of you who came to talk about Vic and Christine, because like I said at the beginning of the show, I fucking told y'all so. Ha! Who wants to run me an apology? Okay. Because, actually, no, let me not say nothing. I'm going to do a screen share. I'm going to do a screen share of what I said. I said what I said. What I said the first time that I ever saw Vic and Christine on my screen. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I smelled bullshit immediately. For those who were like, oh my God, it was so perfect. We knew it was too good to be true. What? When was it too good to be true? Sorry, this fan now is facing my coochie now. It went from facing my mouth. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm about to turn the fan off. Ooh. Sorry. I was getting cold. All right, let's play it back. Let me do a screen share real quick because y'all called me not y'all. Y'all had sense, but everybody and their mother was calling me a hating ass bitch. And Blue, this take is trash. Y'all keep saying my take is trash, and then my take keeps on making the news as what actually happened after the dust cleared. At some point, I need to make a link for y'all to just send me fruit baskets. You guys, I'm only half kidding. Okay. Part of me is tickled that people keep calling me crazy and the receipts say I'm not crazy. The other part of me is just a triple Virgo who likes to say, I told you so. I've gone years without saying I told you so. I think this year I'm just going to keep saying it just to get out my system. Although when I'm wrong, I can admit when I'm wrong too. You have to be able to do both. I can't remember the last time I was wrong, but I know it's happened. I'm just joking. That's a Taurus joke. All right. Let's play this video real quick of what I said the last time. Oh, I had makeup on that day. It was so cute. Oh, it's adorable. Hold on. All right. Wait, why is this acting a fool? Can y'all see this? Oh, it's trying to share the chat. No, we don't need to share the chat. It's going to make it harder to watch. All right.
This ain't what I signed up for. I signed up for my ice queen. Oh my God. Why they always cast these folks with poor racial identity, poor racial self-esteem, love is blind? Y'all got to do a little bit better.
Yeah. You see this couple right here? Yo, #1 couple.
Now, it's not lost on me that everybody knows how to clock Devontae's bullshit, but none of you clocked the same bullshit in a different outfit with better genetic makeup. Ooh! Well, if you were able to clock Devontae but not Vic, well, this might be the part of the live where you call me a villain, and it's okay. I'm about to mean every fucking thing I'm about to say. Just assume I always mean what I say. It's easier that way. I need you guys to understand the difference between overt and covert. Overt versus covert. By the way, I really do be talking shit. I be meaning it though, y'all. I can't even apologize because I mean that shit. But somebody recently told me I talk like a rapper. I know. I've heard it before. It's okay. Overt versus covert. Devontae, right? The king of genetic leftovers. Devontae is obvious. He is no different. He is no different than Vic, except he is more honest and less covert. The fact that everybody has clocked Devontae and only 7 of you have clocked Vic is the only reason why I felt, for educational reasons, I would talk about this vapid, whitewashed, MAGA heavy show when I could be laying down eating bonbons, waiting for Carlos's show to start later, right? Y'all took my afternoon off. And this right here is why we're here. Now, my introduction to Vic, and you know how my spirit guides love to show me things on social media and use the algorithm to hit me to bullshit. I sometimes am like, do my spirit guides have Wi-Fi up there? Because before the season started, Vic was posting things saying, oh, just 24 hours until the internet gets a glimpse into my love life. And the first thing I heard, and maybe me being psychic gives me an unfair advantage, so I should also call that out, right? My spirit guide screamed, this nigga knows that the edit is going to make him a fave. Yup, he did. And he's already smugly preparing himself to be everybody's fave. And whoever he ends up with is probably a white woman, and he thinks that they are going to be the inverse of Lauren and Cam. And by golly, this is why I charge so much per hour for my readings. That's exactly what and the fuck ended up happening. I was so stunned by how clearly my spirit guides clocked this man before the show even aired that when I finally saw the show and watched exactly what they told me pan out, my breath was took. I took my own breath away. Let's have a quick story time because I see this nigga so clearly. I'm not even gonna pretend this is a Scooby-Doo mystery, but I'm gonna try to walk y'all through it. Let's say that you are a black man in academia who used to be a street nigga. And because education saved you, you now find yourself in these bastions of whiteness, in these ivory towers where your intelligence makes you a token, even though you are monoracial and non-ambiguously black. And in these bastions, these places, these monuments of whiteness, right? Because education means whiteness under white supremacy, because God forbid niggas be smart, right? You are around white people who are constantly talking about what a good dude you are. In your mind now, you are the good black. You grew up seeing your mama get her ass beat by her boyfriend, and your sister, the strong black woman that she is, ran in there to save your mama because by your own admission, you were too much of a coward to do so. You didn't have no street cred, right? So in your mind, black women are strong, right? Black women can take a licking and keep on ticking. When your white girlfriend will later ask you, is your mama okay? You're going to dismissively say, of course she's okay. She shook that shit off. We forgave that man. Because in your mind, these beautiful black queens, these mules, your mama, your sister, and them can take a licking and keep on ticking. They're strong, but they're not desirable. You know what is desirable, though? When you're in these rooms with these rich white men, and they're all lusting after a hot blonde. You're now 6+, right? 6'3", 6'4". Your dreadlocks have gone past that awkward phase and are growing down your back. Your beautiful eyes, your face that probably resembles the same black mother that you were determined to never date a woman who looks like her. You're like, damn, when I was broke, I was dating black women. And then I did the Latina thing. But now I'm a professor. I can actually compete with these white men. And like all the black men before me who are fallen prey to the trappings of the bourgeoisie, there's no way as a black man to best a white man at his own game better than taking one of their bitches. The minute I get me a white girl, can't nobody tell me shit. The streets will never see the back of my head again. Well, but hold on though. I have Wi-Fi. I'm a black man working in academia. I'm surrounded by black women also working in academia because those bitches keep getting degrees. They're so strong, just like my mama and my sister, who got their asses beat and then forgave their abusers. So strong. That's why they're my homegirls. I'm not gonna date them, no, that's not sexy. It's admirable, it's strong, but it's not sexy. I know from being on Black Twitter and TikTok that if I admit that me, this black specimen that I've worked so hard to be, with all these degrees, this professor that I am, if I admit that I want some of the milk, these bitches are going to drag me by my ankles and my toenails and hang me in the Times Square. So how How do I get my bohemian queen? How do I get to have the whiteness that I so desire as the final infinity stone, right? Because I'm white supremacy Thanos. How am I able to go on the show and date white women like I want to without being dragged? Oh, I know what I can do. I can preemptively already prepare my talking points. When she asks my type, I'll say I've dated Black, Latino, and white in that order. See, sis, you came first. Then I'm going to share the stories of my Black mother, because there's nothing that Black women love more than a man who loves her mother. White bitches already like me because I already look like this, so I don't have to do much. But they'll like the fact that I love my mother as well. I'm going to share the stories and the plights of Black women, right? Because I think highlighting Black women is enough without ever having to acknowledge that I don't want to procreate with one. Oh, speaking of procreation, though, how do I make sure that me and my bohemian Scandinavian goddess are protected from the Black women who are going to chastise her and I for not being able to raise biracial kids properly? Because again, I have no street cred, so it's under examination. I know. I'm gonna make a speech about, hey, so check it. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm Black and you's white. You sure look nice, master's daughter. I just want you to know that we're gonna have to figure out how to talk to our kids. We're gonna have to figure out how to talk to our little biracial babies about the fact that I was a nigga. And when she looks into my eyes and says, oh my God, we're right, we're totally gonna have to do that. Are you like scared that I'm white? I'm gonna let the mask slip and be like, no, I'm not scared. Shit, I'm happy. Ooh, yeah. No, I'm not scared. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm going to unintentionally dismiss a valid concern because my true desire to have you, my white Nubian queen, is the truth of what's in my heart. All the heavy-handed conversations we're gonna have, even though on paper they're gonna look great, any Black academic woman who has shared space with me and can tell what I'm into is going to clock at the lack of depth in the words that I've been practicing to make this speech all along. Only they're going to clock me. The other Black women, though, who are so deprived of a tall, fine Black man who talks about race in any capacity, their bar is so low that me just saying the terms biracial babies and we're going to have to try hard, it's going to make them weep. They're going to be moved by the fact that I merely fucking acknowledge the obvious. And then I can go back to you. I can go back to you and be their savior. Maybe Lauren and Cameron will invite us to dinner. End scene. Vic, I see you, brother.
Yikes.
Brother, I see you. Many Black women in academia who share space with you see you. It was never going to be us. But thank you for putting us on the list of women that you are open to dating. However, when the white woman that you were pandering to on the other side of the wall because her voice was so obviously white, and is that why you talk even slower and lower than usual and dropped your voice to the most sexy Black man timbre you could so she could know that there was a Nubian king waiting on the other side for her because you knew that'd be attractive?
Yikes.
Hi, I'm Vic. I'm an attractive Black professor. I sound tall, don't I? Let me talk about how much of a feminist I am. When you talk to her and she says to you, I'm happy that you date all types of women because I would not want to date a man who only has one type. If you were actually pro-Black, it would bother you that she acts like it's virtuous for Black men to only date Black women. You would say, actually, it's okay for Black people like me to only date Black people because systemically we've been allowed to not have that moment, right? We've been disallowed, I should say, right? Systemically, we've been pulled apart. So if a Black man only dates Black women, there's nothing wrong with that. An actual pro-Black person would be like, well, as you can tell, my name is Vic. I got a thick voice. You could smell the nigga through the wall. I'm open to everything, but Black women are my preference, right? There's certain little moments where pro-Blackness actually rears its head. It never reared its head with you. It never reared its head because it wasn't there.
Yikes.
You are a proud token. An attractive, tall, educated, proud token. It was never going to be a sister. It was never going to be a sister. My brother, we both know. Me, you, and the group chat all know it was never going to be a sister. But congratulations on fooling all the other Black women who are falling for this bullshit. So yeah, let's talk about Vic, y'all. Let's talk. about fucking Vic. Yikes. Okay, well, do I always be sounding like that? Why do I almost feel bad for this nigga? Oh my God. Okay, when I say stuff in my head, it sounds way more demure. Wait, not y'all say yes you do. Don't do that. No, come on, man. Come on. Remember me different. I'm a fucking daffodil. Bruh, that hurt my feelings on Vic's behalf. Do we even want to do the Vic segment? I feel bad now. Oh God, how do I get invited to anything? Oh my God. And the sad part is I still mean all that shit, so I can't even apologize. That's the most awkward thing about integrity is you will say some wildly accurate shit with your whole fucking chest. Watch it back like, oh my God. Yo, that's a lot. And then like not be able to apologize because you still mean it. Because you meant it then and you mean it now. I mean, it aged beautifully. I would say my bad, Vic, but nah, I kind of nailed that. Sorry. Actually, not sorry. Let's pull up the Vic video. So for those who don't know about Vic and Christine, those are my initial thoughts on him when it was not popular. Now, though, several weeks later, I have been vindicated. Okay? All of y'all who sent me hate mail after that video came out and then got deleted because I don't play that shit. This is not democracy on my page. I wish y'all had stayed longer. Somebody says, I remember me different will drop. Why? I contain multitudes. Okay, guys, still working on me. Let's watch the latest fuckery because you all walked away convinced that Vic and this lady, Christine, were the second coming of Cam and Lauren. I have been screaming bullshit since day one. Erica Hart has also been screaming bullshit since day one. The reason why I'm calling her out because it would sometimes feel like me and her were just two lonely wolves howling at the moon on threads saying this nigga ain't it while everybody else was talking about, oh my God, this is the black man of all black men. And I was like, really? A dusty academic with a white girl fetish who has no game? Sis, I want more for you. Stand up, right? So very few of us were vocal about it. And then it started to create a timber, right? It started to create like a rumbling howl until finally people were like, hey, we actually think something's wrong in Denmark. Well, I was at peace with y'all loving Vic and Christine while I gave y'all the fucking side eye for being sheep. I was at peace with that. I wasn't judging y'all, just perceiving what the fuck was happening. Until Vic did me a solid by letting his mask finally slip all the way off. I mean, the shit was already crooked on his nose by the time I got to him, but now the mask has fallen off so much, even the most easy people to manipulate with pro-Trump, MAGA, traditional conservative propaganda are like, hey, hold on now. Not too much. So let's watch this real quick. If you don't know what's going on, don't worry. I will level set.
I knew these two were too good to be true.
No, I knew it. Too good to be true. What were y'all looking at? I can't even agree to too good to be true. All I saw was bullshit. But again, I'm a weirdo. So let's continue watching.
Why were they on Fox News? Fox. Talking about basically faith in marriage.
Where some people say, oh, marriage isn't worth it, having kids isn't worth it. And everyone has their own opinions and their own visions about life. But you are an example of marriage working, and you're finding value in this institution.
First of all, to go on Fox News in March of 2026 with all that is taking place, because you think that talking to Fox News about your love of Jesus Christ is more important than taking a stance against all the heinous, anti-Black, anti-humanity things that Fox News applauds. I don't think Jesus co-signed on that. I'm not sure Sky Daddy needed you to do that on his behalf. To go on Fox News and to understand what Fox News means to your community, And to have the white woman that you were sleeping with and married to be so proud and vocal about y'all being on Fox. Oh my God. There is so much sunken place baked into this clip.
Yes, very much. And, you know, we've had a lot of conversation about covenant versus contract, and, you know, and there.
By the way, covenant versus contract, this lady will pretty much go on for the rest of the interview talking as if she is the head bottom bitch for The Handmaid's Tale. Like, it's her job to make sure the other bitches in red cloaks keep getting pregnant and not asking too many questions while avoiding eye contact. Christine is such an epic Christian pick-me. And I'm not saying that because I'm anti-Christian. I'm not. My entire family is Christian. My middle name is Jesus, right? My government name is Mary Jesus Telusma. It's in Spanish, but when translated to English, my name is Mary Jesus Telusma, okay? So Maria Emanuela Telusma has no business pretending like there's something wrong with being Christian. I'm also Caribbean, so I grew up in a very Latin American, Caribbean, traditional environment. I have a lot of traditional things that I still do with my man when I'm in a relationship. So this is not me being hyper woke and hyper whatever. This is me just acknowledging like basic fucking humanity. It's impossible to see the things that Fox News applauds, the misinformation and propaganda that they spew out, the responsibility that they have to take for Trump even being president. For you to take all of that in, and in March of 2026, when TSA is on its way to being privatized and planes are crashing into each other and stewardesses are flying into the air because the government rather see dead bodies than pay the tab for them to have TSA continue to be a public thing, because they want to use TSA as a way to use the airports to funnel in whatever they want into America and to keep whatever they want out of America. For you to see such an epic play at hand and say, you know what, let's go over there and talk about Jesus real quick. It's ironically not of God, in my opinion. And as a black man who pretended to be pro-black, to sit there quietly like Django fucking Unchained, Samuel L. Jackson, rocking back and forth, holding Leonardo DiCaprio while she does all the talking. Can we be clear, people? For those who talk about why am I not a feminist, this is another reason for me to remind you. The reason why I do not call myself a feminist, even though I am pro-human, therefore pro-woman, is because non-intersectional feminism is white shit. Right? White feminism is non-intersectional. And unless you are intentionally talking about intersectional feminism, i.e. instead of white feminism, which is the more mainstream iteration, count me the fuck out. Because I don't get to choose am I a woman or black first. I am both simultaneously at all times. White feminism is often anti-black while still acting like being a woman is the only oppression that people experience. The only type of woman who can say that being a woman is her biggest plight is a white woman. The only type of woman who has the luxury to act as if womanhood is the only system of oppression working against her is a white woman. Every other type of woman has to deal with the intersection of their culture and their womanhood. Everybody but white women. So respectfully, I cannot be a traditional feminist because I'm not part of that group. It wasn't even built for me. And Alice Walker once coined the phrase womanism, which is a panned out view of womanhood, which, by the way, I actually like womanism more than feminism because it also takes away from being female and makes it about being woman, which also makes it more inclusive to our trans sisters. Woman is a social construct. Female is a genital, birth assigned medical term, right? So I like the idea of being a womanist because womanism inherently has to be more expansive. Inherently. I have never felt comfortable with the future as female. Because what happens if you happen to have a vagina but are non-binary and are about to change the world and do not identify with only being your genitals? What then? Right? How do we have a term about the future that's already outdated in the present? How do we have a mantra about the future that is already outdated in the present? That just feels like bad planning. Respectfully, I've never worn one of those futurist female t-shirts. I'm like, the kids have already outgrown that. Can we leave some space for growth? Like when you have a child, you tend to buy them clothes that are slightly too big so they can grow into them, right? If we're going to call the future something, it has to be something that we can grow into, not something that we've already grown out of, okay? So between feminism and the future is female, count me out. And so, for this black man to have this white woman who is convinced that she is a feminist and she believes in God and country and family in that order and X, Y, and Z, to be sitting next to this black man from Brooklyn who is Caribbean. Caribbean queen. She is his Caribbean queen. Nothing about this is able to happen on accident. A man like this doesn't end up with a woman like this by mistake, even if there's a wall. Can we please cut the bullshit, Vic? Something like this has to happen by design because everything is built for this not to happen. Look at you, just sitting there.
There is such a really true meaning behind that. Of when you have that covenant and you have that foundation, it makes a world of difference in the relationship. Like I've never.
Oh, trust me, I know. Because we were colonized, except for Haiti. But most Caribbean people were colonized and still sees the queen as their queen. And, you know, they have names like Lennox and Alistair and Gerald and named after all their colonizers. And they take great pride in proximity to whiteness. And they are slaves to respectability politics. Because when you're poor, when you're from an impoverished nation or a nation that is seen as not being highly developed, you have insecurities about not being seen mainstream, insecurities about not seen as refined. And so you internalize wanting to be as mainstream as possible and take on these beliefs through the dogma of religion, through the dogma of gender identity politics, through the dogma of generational wars, and thinking that being old means you get to be evil and toxic, while being young means you get to just be completely robbed of your free agency. There's all these systems of oppression that are baked, that are especially present when you are from a black nation. Right? Because black is already seen as less than, especially when master still technically owns the land, right? So colonized Caribbean people be the most people like having their asses whooped by respectability politics. And black nations in Africa go through the same thing. Any nation that is black, that is trying to prosper in a white supremacist world, is going to have an identity crisis by design. By design. There are very few nations, right? By design. And so it gets tricky for me as a pro-black, pan-African, pansexual woman, which means my blackness and my sexuality does not give a fuck about any of these boundaries. If I see a nigga, wherever I see a nigga, I see a cousin. I don't do the xenophobia thing of, oh, somebody once said to me, are you Christian or are you Catholic? And I was like, but Catholics believe in Christ. I was so confused. My autistic brain was like, but I believe in Christ and I'm Catholic. So what you call that? Well, now I'm fucking Buddhist. So joke's on me, right? And then people were like, "Are you black or Haitian and Cuban?" I said, "But nigga, my mama's a Haitian nigga and my daddy's a Cuban nigga, and then I's a nigga. Like, what you mean? Y'all keep doing this, huh?" And here's the thing, pain creates barriers because it doesn't want to admit that it's just uneducated and like doesn't know what to do with itself, right? People who are disempowered will make shit up to feel some sort of power, even if education, history, and just, basic physics don't agree. So just know, Vic, you are the very sort of Caribbean man that I fear, which is why when the girls were clapping for you, I was like, It's like when I'm dating Nigerian men and Nigerian women will be like, oh, honey, he's an Igbo demon. You don't know what's happening because, you're not from here. You might want to step back. And I'm like, no, he's so nice. He's so artistic. His daddy was rough on him, but he different. Spoiler alert, he wasn't different. And by he, I mean the 4 Nigerians that I dated back to back. To all the Nigerian women who warned me about the particular way that their men are on fuck shit, I apologize for not listening. I will never make that mistake again. I will always listen to people who tell me from the ground up what to do, right? But here's the thing though, right? We have to understand that the reason why men like Vic are prospering right now is because their cowardice makes them the perfect tokens, because a coward has to be someone who looks the part, but who won't fight the part. Right? I have to have a black man who is so black presenting that he speaks to the black community, but so cowardly that he will do whatever it takes to still be in good with us. It's giving overseer energy. It's giving house Negro energy. Vic, You're exactly who I thought you were, unfortunately.
Never felt so confident and so at peace and ease in a relationship, let alone a marriage, which can be stressful and difficult, especially when.
So let's skip the part where they're talking, because they're talking a lot on Fox, and I do not want to get a strike for too much Fox News stuff. So we're going to fast forward. Basically, Christine talked for about 20 minutes.
But then Bree made this video talking about how it's so hard to talk about being a Christian, but basically just talking about her faith journey on the show.
So now this lady, who was supposed to be a Jezebel on Love is Blind, the same season as Vic and Christine, now she's coming out talking about how it's hard being Christian in public. Since when? We are in the most evangelical Christian time of this millennia so far. What are you talking about? We're ushering in some of the most conservative and myopic times of of this century thus far. Here's the thing about people who fall prey to propaganda. They will spew out things that are the complete opposite of what is happening and paint themselves as victims as the exact moments where they're actually playing the role of the oppressor. I call it oppression envy. I think a lot of white people have oppression envy because the only thing that they can't like co-opt from niggas is being niggas, and they're trying, right? Like we have everything else, but we hate the fact that you get to also be seen as magical Negroes. So how do we take some of your magic? Well, we want to be oppressed too. Oh, you say being a Black person and being murdered at disproportionate rates in inner city communities that are underfunded because of gerrymandering and all types of bullshit. You think that's horrible? Well, have you ever tried to be a Christian? What? You're a conservative woman living in a time where a conservative president is in power who is flexing his muscle more than any president of our lifetime. And your premise is that it's hard for you, not the kids in cages. For you. Got it.
Show and bonding with other Christian women on the show.
First of all, thank you guys so much for all of the messages, the texts, the prayers. I feel like my prayer warriors grew and like quadruple today. So thank you guys for the support. I know it's not easy to talk about being a Christian. And I think that it's really interesting because I was led to the experiment by faith. God opened and closed doors, and I absolutely surrendered to the process. Throughout my time in the pods, I continued to leverage the Christian women within the cast for prayer, for meditation, for daily devotionals, and really continuing to have that surrender posture so that God could lead me.
Was it Christian when you went on vacation with the anti-Black ex of your biracial friend without telling her? Was that Christian? Didn't she and a bunch of the other girls go on vacation with Devontae after he broke that little girl's heart? Devontae, the nigga who looks like Steph Curry's genetic leftovers. Was Christ on the flight with you and Devontae and them?
Me to one of the most beautiful love stories with me and Connor.
And I'm just like, between the cast moving like this and then Love is Blind choosing to not air out conversations that other cast members had about not wanting to be with a Trump supporter while giving screen time to the Trump supporters talking about their politics. I don't know. It's getting weird.
All of you who were so convinced that these two were the second coming of Lauren and Cameron, please come to the front. Please come to the front.
Are you not embarrassed? You know what's so crazy to me? There were people who said, I don't really see it for Nick and Olandria, but who were all for Vic and Christine. Damn. How does it feel to be wrong twice? There are people who were calling Olandria a bedwench and saying, you guys only like Nick because he's white, and how dare you like the fact that Olandria is with this white boy who 6 months later are fangirling for Vic and Christine. Right keeps chasing you, but wrong keeps finding you, huh? I honestly, as a social commentarian, if I was that wrong that frequently, I would look into another profession or maybe just post less. Because it's not lost on me. There were black women that I saw on Threads who were hating on Nick, who loved Vic. And I was like, yikes. And I don't think you guys realized that you were giving me a glimpse into your dating life. If your instincts are that off, I know my instincts. I don't have nonverbal social cues in my repertoire because of my disability and my condition. And even I, with my full-tism, I'm like, come on, read the room. You know it's bad when an autistic person's telling you to read the room. Respectfully. That's like a blind person asking you why you can't see. Like, that's rough.
Because this Mary and Joseph configuration out to be on a network, first and foremost, that peddles evangelical Christianity to cause harm and to justify harm across the globe was a choice.
Yeah.
And it is not lost on me that Netflix has a documentary out right now on Rupert Murdoch, the founder and creator of Fox.
And it's being heavily like marketed. The minute you turn on Netflix in my house, Rupert Murdoch's face is like everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like him and K-pop demon hunters.
That now
By the way, I love K-pop demon hunters. I don't love Rupert Murdoch. Very different.
Two contestants who I guess kind of won Love is Blind are now being featured on Fox News to talk about Christianity in the midst of a genocide disguised as war in Iran, to assert that evangelical Christians are more worthy of life than Muslim people. The continuation.
That's the part they don't want to tell you. From Nicki Minaj lying and acting like as if only Christians were being killed in Nigeria when Muslims were being killed at the same, if not greater rates. They keep on taking things that are happening to all people and calling it only Christian because they want to spoon feed you, getting into the habit about only humanizing Christians. Guys, I'm Buddhist. What happens to me? I'm up here, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, minding my business in my little corner, levitating and shit, getting ready to do readings, and how I get called out. You know it's bad when they tell you even the Buddha, I can't get into heaven. All I do is chant about my business.
Of genocide in Gaza. These people are not slick, and it is truly disgusting how they are using compulsory heterosexuality to convince folks to fall in line with evangelical Christianity so that they can have relationships and create these nuclear.
Someone said there's no hate like Christian love. Yo, shout out to all my friends who are Christian and loving relationships because they exist. They're way more progressive than the version of Christianity that is being pumped through the propaganda. In the same way that they are feminists who, if they understood the nuances, would recognize that they're actually womanists and they just didn't have the language, but they're feminists in an intersectional wide way. There are Christians who are progressive and humane in a more intersectional global way. However, the ones that are being pumped through evangelical white supremacy and white nationalism has to be the hyper conservative ones, because the Christianity that allows all men to be seen as equal is not good for capitalism. That's the gag. The C in Christianity also stands for capitalism when it comes to white nationalists.
Families and be a part of the white middle class. And I want to watch this whole interview because Vic sitting up there very quiet while Christine was speaking is very, very fascinating to me.
So if you watched Love is Blind Ohio, you know that Vic and Christine were probably the most, or are the most beloved couple from this season. Yes. There was absolutely zero drama. And a lot of people, including me, were like, it seems too good to be true. We were waiting on the other shoe to drop. Okay, reunion comes out. What's the drama? What's the tea? Nothing. Their life seems perfect. They seem perfect. They're all good.
Who y'all really thought this? I don't want to be condescending, so I'll stop. I don't want to be condescending. I'll stop. I'm experiencing a lot of cognitive dissonance. My body's rejecting the fact that y'all were really living under this premise. And though I can recognize that I was a vocal minority.
But then they go on Fox News, and a lot of people are like, okay, see, we knew something was up.
Shout out to the progressive Orthodox Christians. I love y'all. I'm friends with a lot of y'all. You guys matter too. Unfortunately, you're not as loud as the others. Please make some noise. Please.
They went on Saturday in America and they are receiving a lot of backlash. And Vic had something to say. He says, I am a firm believer that faith shouldn't be forced. It isn't forced on me. We have free will. I also believe that God's love is for anyone, regardless of nation, politics, race, etc. It's available to anyone who wants that life or not. In times our faith is weaponized, used to oppress and harm, it's important to share what faith means to me, regardless if it's on Fox, CNN, or the street.
No. It's important for me to share my faith, whether it's on Fox, CNN, or the street, is wild in March of 2026. We are trying to enact a genocide in plain sight. Black and brown people are being deported. Some of them are actual Americans who are being deported falsely. Americans are being yanked up, found out to be Americans, so you can't deport them anywhere, and being left in random places. A woman died. No, it was either a woman or a man. Somebody died because they were disabled and picked up by ICE. ICE found out that they were regular Americans, dropped them off on the side of the road, and they died, stumbling, trying to crawl their way home. You went on the platform that would have applauded the slave owners who would have beat your ancestors. And you think that God was in the room with you, egging you on during that. And by egging you on, I mean watching you silently sit next to this white woman doing all the talking. Based on this post, you would have thought this nigga was doing I Have a Dream speech on the steps of fucking the nation's capital with Fox News apologizing for all their sins. You are not Martin or the Luthers. You barely a king. What are you doing? Vic, I can already guess how your mother act based on this. There's a certain kind of man who acts like this with a certain kind of mother and a certain kind of rhetoric. Let me just watch.
When asked to share my faith, there's a good chance I'll say yes, always open for this dialogue. Two camps in the comments, right, left leaning, not into faith discussions, mainly care about political affiliation only. Right, left leaning, where faith matters to them, mostly Christianity. Some are rigid about where/who you can speak to about God, others less so. Organizing this in case you want to jump in or draw value from this thread. Caution.
By the way, if this is how Vic thinks, I don't think he's a great teacher. I think he's probably a mediocre academic, which is why a bunch of really brilliant Black women academics were able to clock him and drag him so effortlessly. I will say this.
The negative.
I will say this. I have the ability to admit somebody is brilliant or intelligent or talented, even if I don't agree with them, right? I have to have that ability, particularly if doing anything journalistic. Candace Owens has a lot of therapy that she needs to do, and I think she's a very smart woman. I think she's a smart woman who needs to go see the lady. Yeah? Joe Rogan has mediocre intellect. Joe Rogan is very successful, very cunning. His white manhood is doing most of the lifting for him. Who else? I'm trying to think about who I don't like, and if I can be honest about their intellect. Nicki Minaj, I think she's a dummy. I think she is really great with words. I think she's talented, but I don't think she's brilliant. There's a difference. You can be really, really talented, but have no social abilities and able to digest what's happening to you. The world is full of people I don't like or don't agree with. Their brilliance, though, is something separate to me. I do not think that Vic is brilliant. There's a way that people with low racial self-esteem who are brilliant talk. I'm from Boston. Hello. Belly of the beast. If there's a self-loathing nigga who's real smart, I can sniff him out. This not giving that. That's my bag. Self-loathing niggas who are really brilliant are what I grew up around in Boston. He not one of us. He's not a smart nigga who just happens to have a different political belief. I think he might be a mediocre professor who has no game, no steez, is kind in a non-sexual way, and has figured out how to make sure that he's a heartthrob while he still gets to have a white wife without being canceled. And I think he brilliantly pulled that off into this Fox stunt.
Comments may be present.
Yeah, we can go ahead and wrap this up. Which, I mean, it's not going to be that hard to do because even Netflix didn't find their story very interesting, which...
Now, why did I include this clip of this lady who can barely see her head but her bonnet? because her clip is the only one I found that includes a distinction that Vic made that has now made it impossible for me to ever think that he can course correct this. Listen to this.
Is why they were always an afterthought. I just think as a grown black man whose job is literally teaching about policy, public policy, went on Fox News to talk about God and just did not see the juxtaposition in that. They didn't see the the propaganda is the word that I'm looking for. And then for someone to say it's giving I'm Christian before I'm black, and he's like, oh, in the simplest way, that's actually correct.
Someone said Vic is giving I'm Christian before I'm black, and Vic said, true, big facts, absolutely. You're Christian before you're a black man? Your allegiance to white Jesus specifically, that's the version that shows up on Fox News. So this is no longer an assumption. Your allegiance to white Jesus comes before your blackness. I'm gonna just let the video play. Actually,
like, you're saying that you're Christian before you're black? Oh God, Christians, I swear to God. I definitely don't think he's MAGA, but I think he's one of those delusional Christians that would go to the MAGA side if they didn't hate niggas. But yeah, y'all got it. He got his white wife, he got his happy ending, and he can go back to teaching about public policy, and we're gonna forget about them.
No, let me. By the way, I call people like Vic Technical Tony. Technical Tony is a black man who will say, I've dated black women, and then you look at the black women he's dated, and they're all either light-skinned or racially ambiguous. Remember when Tyrese was dating that woman who, unless he told you and bought you some DNA and told you she was black, you would have thought she was Persian, and he called her his Nubian queen? There are men who will pick the whitest black woman they can find, so they can, on technicality, say that they've been with a black woman. Vic, I'm so happy that you've been exposed, and I'm actually still stunned by how far you were able to take this, though. Like, I'm worried about the audience.
Play something to y'all. I ain't never been nobody that, if I was wrong, I won't say, dang, bro, I was wrong about that. I was wrong about that. Now, sometimes it might hurt my chest to say it, but I will say it. But the one...
By the way, shout out to all the people who came forward and said that they got it wrong. I appreciate that. I love when I get to admit I'm wrong about something because y'all don't think I know how to do it. But like, I love one of my favorite things in human beings is someone who is regulated enough to take the L to the right balanced degree. Some of you take it too far and you say sorry for everything and it means nothing. So if you're an insecure person who's constantly saying sorry, I'm not talking about you. You make me nervous. But people who are confident and have strong beliefs, who are still able to take on new data and recognize when they got it wrong, I find that so arousing. I'm sexually attracted to human beings who are fully aware of the entirety of the humanity. I know that probably doesn't sound good on Hinge, right? But like, people who can be like, yo, I'm brilliant as fuck, but I'm gonna take an L on this one. Ugh, makes me wanna flick a nipple.
That is hurting my chest the most right now to see. I was wrong about Vic and Christine.
Yeah, you were.
Everybody's on TikTok talking about, oh, y'all didn't know that they was MAGA. Y'all didn't know that I didn't know. I didn't know it. I didn't know it. I didn't know it. I did not know. I did not know. I was shipping that couple to Alaska. I didn't know it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Now, granted, I think that it's okay for me to have had a skewed view because we only got about 3 chicken nuggets worth of, you know what I'm saying, footage of them. So how can we really base or make a conclusive, you know what I'm saying, decision on whether we support them or whatever, because we literally got 3-piece chicken nugget from them. And I think that that was done intentionally for a lot of reasons, but
yeah, it was.
I think that Chris Colleen Raggedy Air needed a black couple to pull in that black viewership, okay? So they needed a couple that had a black person because they saw that Tyler, Kayvon, Kevin, Kevion, and Kia was playing games and they ain't had nobody else for real. So they needed somebody to pull the black viewers. So they conveniently left out the fact that Vic and Christine was MAGA, but they added in Alex and Ashley and they daddy, right? Oh, okay. But it's really disappointing. It's really disappointing. And especially in the times that we're in right now, I don't accept people saying things like, it doesn't matter if I went to this place, because there's a thread going around of Vic, I guess, addressing the fact that they was on Fox News. And basically he's talking about how, essentially, to summarize it, he's talking about how it's important for him to talk about God, Christianity, no matter the platform. It don't matter if it was CNN, if it was Fox, it was whoever. If he was going to get an invite to talk about God on a platform, he was going to take it. And see, this is my problem with that. I have a lot of problems with that.
By the way, guys, that's called virtue signaling. Virtue signaling means when you weaponize something virtuous as a way to not take responsibility for any reasonable psychological or social harm that might be happening even in the face of that virtue. So he's saying, fuck what's happening in Iran, fuck the damage that's being done by this administration, fuck our human rights, making us the butt of the joke for a global audience. God, though, right? God. As long as I say God, I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's virtue signaling. It's bullshit. It's manipulative.
That actually, number one, that just shows me that your thing get wet for anything.
Yeah.
That's what that tells me. Because what do you mean it doesn't matter the platform as long?
What did he post 3 hours ago? Somebody said, Blue, I don't want to spoil anything. Did you see he posted again 3 hours ago? Put in the chat what he posted.
Because I can go on there and talk. No, it actually does matter, the platform. The platform actually matters. Actually the most. Because if somebody told me, oh, you can go talk about, black people rights, but you got to go on a Joe Rogan podcast. No, thank you. Because I already know that they're going to try to bait me into shit that I don't want to get into. And if I don't align or support that podcast, it's one thing to say, oh, I'm going to go somewhere that has a little different views. You know what I'm saying? You might think that, I'm brown skin versus dark skin, right? And we might have differing opinions.
Before y'all even start in the comments, she said a perfect example of a disagreement is somebody brown skin or dark skin. I do not want the Blue Crew to start that conversation again. For those of you who are new here. Hold on. I get shiny in the under the lights. There used to be some debate on this channel about the term medium brown, and how apparently brown skin is being seen as this big old difference from dark skinned. I'm a bitch who grew up in the 90s. We just say dark skinned. And I made a speech on behalf of dark bitches everywhere. And the chat got derailed. Because apparently, just because I can't close my eyes and turn into the night, somehow I can't be the representative for dark bitches everywhere. Wait, not let Blue be dark skin. Don't do that. Y'all, we're not. Gia, I literally said we're not going to do this. Let me just play the clip. It's okay. Okay? If you are a black woman watching this show, always claim to be the blackest bitch in the room, okay? Because if being black is a good thing, why would you care about being more of it? That's my stance. If somebody called me rich and I was only slightly wealthy, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm actually not that rich. I'd be like, yes, add tax. Okay, I'm a nigga plus tax, whatever.
Yes, and I'm gonna go on your podcast because at the end of the day, we both agree that I'm black. Right? That's one thing. But to have fundamentally different opinions, I'm not going on a platform.
Vic on Threads posted a video, the caption, dropping quick insight. Vic has no insight, so you can count me out. He's a professor who talks about policy. I would not trust Vic to explain IKEA directions to me. Respectfully. Is the intellect in the room with us? Is the intellect in the room with us? Thank you.
To go and be baited into anything, not at this big age, absolutely not, because I know the way that I get, and I get very angry, very irritated very quickly. So you're not finna trick me, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, with that, I'm concluding that y'all went on the Fox podcast, on Fox News, because that's where y'all line.
Yep.
Y'all line with them Fox people. You was not finna catch me on them Fox people show. No. Once again, unless I'm really adamant or I'm in a debate type situation, yeah. But the way that they was in that conversation, they was very comfortable. They're like, oh yeah, I'm home. Yeah, we're home. Chai! I didn't know it. I didn't know it. And that's why, honestly, all this shit is ghetto. All of this is ghetto.
Very ghetto.
All this shit is ghetto. And I damn. And honestly, that's why I feel like after Jessica came out and said she was very adamant about asking everybody, what is your political affiliation?
This quote, by the way, is perfectly timed. Someone said, no disrespect to white women, but at this point, I assume they are all MAGA until proven otherwise, because I've been proven wrong one too many times. Jessica was very vocal that she was not MAGA, and it was difficult for her to get anybody to talk to her about their stance because they knew she was progressive. And during one of her arguments with her ex-fiance, he even said, and you're so progressive, like he started complaining about how anti-Trump she was during one of their breakups, and they didn't air it. So the fact that they aired a 2-minute clip of Chris talking to Ashley's father and them saying, if I voted, I didn't vote because I was traveling, but had I voted, I would have voted for Trump. I'm so happy Trump's president. Spending 2 minutes watching people talk about how happy they are that Trump's president, but not spending a single second watching a progressive woman ask somebody about their politics. The video where I read Vic and Christine early is Love is Blind turning into MAGA propaganda. And I feel like we've gotten our answer in the weeks since.
I'm of the belief that everybody that made it to the end and got engaged, or even just everybody for the most part, was MAGA. I'm of the belief. The only person I know for sure was not MAGA was Jessica, because she said it.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's about it. Everybody else, I'm of the assumption that everybody else was MAGA, because it's no way that they allowed that level of a discussion to occur between Ashley Daddy and Alex, and that outward of a discussion, but they didn't allow Jessica asking people, did you vote for Trump or not?
Oh shit. So you guys know I don't always watch the clips. I'll just watch the beginning and then put them in so I can respond to them with you. That's so crazy that she and I are literally saying the same thing. And that's the beautiful thing about universal wisdom. When you're tapping into the obvious and true, it's easy to find people who, if they're on the same wavelength, are pulling at the same strings. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the reason why I think so many people that I choose to platform in here, even when they're saying something fresh and new, I can recognize it, is because we're all going through that same like well of consciousness of we're trying to be good and decent people and holding space for others while also admitting our own ick and not pretending to be perfect, right? And that's a tricky dance to do. A lot of people don't want to dance. A lot of people just want to be black and white. Oh, thank you for the super sticker, guys. I appreciate it.
Into the show. And she said she asked it to everybody. And it would be men that she would just walk out on.
Damn.
Bro, that just, oh my gosh, bro. That just threw me left, bro. That shit threw me left.
I'm afraid it's time to speak my truth about this couple. And the truth is, I don't really like them. And
Now, y'all know I have this thing. Well, because I'm trying to teach anti-tribalism, even I, as a Black woman, when I say things that are provocative and, usually backed by history or data, when I give a strong opinion that is backed by facts and is a pretty healthy hypothesis, I don't let the fact that I'm a Black woman speaking to an audience of BIPOC women stop me from recognizing that, number one, there are white folks who watch these videos. I know you guys find that shocking to believe, but I have a lot of white people who support me because they recognize that I'll call them on their bullshit, but I'm not like someone who's going to bleed all over them. And I think a lot of people don't have the luxury, because it is a luxury, right? Some people don't have the resources that I have to heal. So the fact that I'm a healed and also vocal progressive who will hold everybody accountable, myself included, means a lot of white folks feel comfortable being in my orbit, even if they know I might say something that's going to make them uncomfortable. because I don't want tribalism to become a thing on this channel. I've joked about this several times. If I talk about misogyny a lot of times, I will intentionally find a video of a like-minded man saying the same thing. Because I don't want your brain to think only people who look like us think like this. We're the only ones who make sense. That's how tribalism permeates through these spaces. So as somebody who has a growing platform, I intentionally will look for Black people, white people, women, men, disabled people. I can constantly look for a variety of folks who are making points that I can champion, because I want to keep pointing out that not only people who look like me can make sense. That is my bid to try to eradicate some of the tribalism that's happening, right? So this woman I thought was brilliant. I've never heard of her before. What is her name? Hold on. I really liked this video. This one, I try not to watch the entire thing. The name's not popping up now, but it probably will because it's TikTok. This woman makes some brilliant points that I've made myself. She says them in her own way. And I think it's important to recognize it wasn't just only Black academic women who were calling out Vic. There were also white women who are emotionally intelligent. Because a lot of y'all don't realize you don't have to be academic. You can also just be emotionally intelligent. It's great if you're both, but one or the either, you'll end up in the same spot a lot of times, right? Academics and emotionally intelligent people, they overlap like a Venn diagram all the time. So this woman, from an EQ standpoint, made some great points about why Vic and Christine and their virtue signaling, right? Them constantly talking about how virtuous they are, how they signal to her that this is probably an unhealthy relationship that is probably going to have a tricky time standing the test of time, unless Christine just decides to not have any self-esteem for the rest of her life. This is a point that had this not been an interracial couple, I would have actually been focused on this point and not just the fact that he clearly has a bunny fetish, right? Because aside from the interracial part, which by the way, I have tons of friends who are in interracial relationships that I'm not bothered by. I don't care if you're running towards love. I care if you're running away from Blackness. So for me, when it comes to interracial relationships, I'm asking about direction. Did you run towards love and it just happened to be a non-Black person? Or were you running away from your Blackness and so it was obvious it was going to be a non-Black person? I believe he's the latter. I don't think Vic was running towards love. I think he found a decent enough looking white woman who would acquiesce and who was glamored by him and who had been picked by him so that he didn't have to do any work and be rejected. I think any decent white woman who was willing to have a traditional marriage would have gotten Vic. I don't think Christine is special. I don't think their love is special. Respectful, that's just my opinion. You know why? As somebody who's been engaged twice and who both times ended my engagements because I could tell that it was a copy and paste kind of love where any bitch who looked like me or fit the archetype of me could have taken my place. And then I ended both of those relationships. And my first ex ended up marrying a woman who looked like she could have been my twin sister. And they're now in a miserable marriage where she looks like everything she's been through. And I look 15 years younger than her because I left his ass and she didn't. Okay, that was very specific. Sorry, oversharing. Tism. But no, I'm saying as someone who has come really close to getting married and knows what it's like when you're emotionally intelligent and you can taste in the air, this don't have legs. You can taste it in the air, right? Aside from the race shit, I can already see that if Christine decides to get more progressive, have higher self-esteem, work through her daddy issues, etc., there's going to be a point where if she evolves, this can't work. And this white woman, I'm gonna let her take the L on this one. This white woman is about to explain to y'all why. All right, let's get into it.
I haven't really gotten it since day one, and I don't understand why people are obsessed with them. I mean, the bar's in hell, so I guess I do understand. But like, to me, this is giving benevolent patriarchy. It's given God-led marriage. It's giving complementarianism. It's giving gender roles. Yeah, it's giving like religious-based manipulation. And like, even with
religious-based manipulation. Ugh. I could do a whole live on that alone.
without that, it's giving bare minimum. The line that Nick and Vanessa were like freaking out about, even though I don't see you, I see you. Like, oh my God, that's.
Even though I don't see you, I see you is probably the most basic bitch obvious thing you could say to somebody if you're trying to date them through a wall. I used to hate the word stupid, and yet now we're in a time where repeatedly it feels like the only word that fits. That's what y'all thought was deep? When y'all were doing fashion reviews and you gave Vic and Christine 10 out of 10s for wearing matching doo-doo brown David's Bridal's rental outfits. I'm sorry. When people stand for someone, everything's amazing. When I heard that they got 10 out of 10s, I was like, ooh, what's the outfit? They were wearing doo-doo brown David's Bridal outfits. She was wearing a plain dress that looked like somebody in their first year of fashion and design school at Parsons was learning how to pin a mannequin. A very plain doo-doo brown dress. He was wearing a plain doo-doo brown suit and jacket rental. I said, well, maybe 10 means something else. Ooh, bonjour. Let me let the white lady explain to y'all why this is some bullshit.
So deep. Like, I don't know, it really didn't feel that deep to me. Just felt like something you might say, you know, to someone that you can't see, but maybe you feel like you know them. Like, it's not, I don't know, it's just not really that deep. Like, because the way they were hyping up this line, you would think it was the most beautiful, like, love speech ever, but it was actually quite simplistic. I don't know. Why are we giving them so much credit? And my thing is, I understand on like the Love is Blind franchise, obviously they're going to be hyping the fuck out of these two because like they need it to seem like there's marriages that come out of this.
Somebody said I got to put on my clown makeup because I was bamboozled. Sis, I love that you can admit that. Make sure you get shoes that fit.
I get that. But like, this is bare minimum kind of stuff. Okay. If we listen to what he says that he likes about her.
I think the best part of living with Christine is that the home is a home.
Look at her face. He said the home is a home. Oh my God. That is so fuck Hamnet. This nigga got Shakespeare beat. The home is a home. I remember one time I was listening to rap because, you know, I grew up listening to Oprah Winfrey and West Coast rap. My entire personality is because of Oprah and Tupac. Shout out to Suge Knight and them, right? Not shout out to them. That was a joke. But I remember I think it was Dr. Dre or something because I used to listen to a lot of West Coast rap. So, but the fact that I ended up living in LA is hilarious. And there was one rap or something when he said, I got to slip because I'm slipping, because I trip because I'm tripping. And I remember thinking, well, that's a little stupid. Of course, if you slipped, then you slipping. Of course, if you tripped, then you tripping. It has a nice beat. That's not necessarily Chaucer, is it? That's how I felt about everything that Vic said. I like that the home is a home. And then he pursed his lips while he waited for the white folks to clap. And here are all the white women in the audience and all the black women who are playing dummy at home because they can't read the room. Oh my God. A man, a black man who's 6 feet, who is happy that a home is a home. Because if you slip, then you slip. And if you trip, then you tripping. What in the Dr. Seuss on Hinge is going the fuck on? I ain't never been, okay, y'all. I have been very democratic, like not that democratic, that's the wrong word. I have been very discreet about who I sleep with in the last year or so. I've been very intentional about who I let touch my body. You know what I mean? And as somebody who is a former active hoe, you know, it took some getting used to not being held as much as I'm used to. And yet, even on my horniest day, the bar is not this low. I could be ovulating on a full moon after eating an edible, and I will still never be dry pussed enough. I will still never be rubbing my legs together, making cricket noises enough. I will still never be hard up for dick enough where that's going to move me. Look at this lady's face. What in the cavernous dry twat is going on? Is this all it takes for a man who is 6 feet to say a home is a home? I fear I must get a dog if niggas are now looking for girls who are going to go, a home is a home. Oh my God. Vic, is that you? Yeah, then child, I should probably buy a rose. I ain't bought one yet. But if this is the sex economy that I'm walking back into, I don't think I could do this. Okay? I was doing quadratic equations for fun at like 7. I don't think I'm the bitch who's built to clap for a home as a home. At 11, I would have clowned this. I'm decidedly older than 11. All right, let's continue to watch Vic just say basic shit and have. I'm sorry, y'all. This lady's face is really okay. I just can't get over it. I'm gonna play it over. I want y'all to see his little priss. He knew he was about to drop a bar. Let's watch this again.
About her.
I think the best part of living with Christine is that the home is a home.
I'm so sorry. Yo, no, bruh. Yo, am I ever gonna find a man that I? Y'all called him the top of the echelon for black men.
Like, I'm talking about notes around the house saying have, a great semester with the students, notes encouraging me on like a new publication, Psalms and scriptures on notes on my computer.
So a home is a home because she's littered Staples supplies all over your house. She can't cook, can she, Vic? When a traditional man says a home is a home and he mentions Post-it notes, that means you can't cook. And if it was a black woman and she couldn't cook, it would have been grounds for divorce, because it's a white woman who can't cook. Baby, we could just order Postmates. I love your Post-it notes. And did you peep how when he's naming what's on these Post-it notes that have made his home a home, I'm just hearing a litter nightmare. Just who the fuck is throwing away all the little pieces of paper all over the place? But when she's littering your house with little pieces of paper, did you notice that all his examples are him plugging things he has going on? I have a new semester. I have a publication that has something that I wrote is being published. So she writes Post-it notes congratulating you on you doing things professionally outside of the house while she's at home waiting for you to come back so she can write you more Post-it notes. Is there a sandwich or some oral sex or something in the mix? Something. I mean, some parts of traditional relationships are fun. All the sex and sandwiches. I mean, I'm a Taurus. Maybe that's why the absence of sex or sandwiches was loud to me. I guess this is your king.
Like, it's just those things.
But that was his only example? No. Wait. It's just those things. And they're okay. Y'all. She works. I think she works. The mediocrity is actually, the stench of mediocrity is making my eyes water. So I think that's why I'm struggling to watch this clip. Let's watch it.
Again, it's giving kind-hearted servant Christian wife. Because y'all need to understand too, a lot of Christian couples don't talk about their marriage like this necessarily. Even when my husband and I used to go to church, we would have never been like God this and God that and our relationship and God, and like we just didn't talk like that. So to be talking like this on television is a sign that they're pretty deep into these beliefs and convictions, and to the point where it's really dictates how their life goes and how their setup goes. And I don't know, to me, it's just very clear that Vic is kind of in this for the same reason that any other guy is, right? It's to be like served and accommodated and like to have a wife, that writes him like little notes and stuff and is always encouraging him and like hyping him up and making the house a home and whatever. They move to the place where he is living. So right away, it just feels like he's being prioritized in the relationship as a man. And it seems like she kind of goes out of her way to.
By the way, Vic intentionally picked a white woman from a poor family with daddy issues who would kiss the ground that his black feet walk on. Is that not every misogynistic Caribbean and old school Southern and old school West African and old school period? Is that not every underdeveloped, macho, fragile man's wet dream? To have a good enough looking white woman who will cook and clean and tell you how amazing you are and completely center you at all times?
Show him that she's thankful for him just being there and all this stuff. What she says that's been her favorite part of being married is just getting to see him and hang out with him and spend time with him.
My favorite part of being married is that a man comes home to me. Your favorite part of being married is that a man comes home to you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. It's just that as somebody who's securely attached, if I was specifically married to a man for over a year and our love story had just been aired on television, I just feel like there would have been a depth to me speaking about what our connection and what he has done to inspire the best parts of me and how I work really hard to inspire the best parts of him. I think any answer a year into marriage when it's this highly publicized, I was expecting more depth even from them. This is the part where I actually gave them more credit than they deserved. I thought, okay, you like him because he has a penis and he's breathing. You like her because she's white and not obese. Extra points for being blonde. Now what? Now what?
And come home from work and he's there and they get to say hi and she gets to give him a little kiss and all that. And it's like, wow, like one of you is invested in this because they like the person that they're with. And the other one of you, like all I've ever heard him say about Christine is the ways that she serves him, frankly, the ways that she seems like she's going to be caring and patient. And
by the way, I will never get aroused for anything that's surface level and contrived and mediocre. Those three words immediately dry me up. So I think this is why I feel like I'm watching dry puss theater.
Kind and all that. And anytime men start like really going on and on about things like that and like virtues and stuff that these women supposedly have, it just always is giving like, I'm trying to mentally prepare you for something that you're going to need to be strong and kind and patient for. I don't know. Whenever I start hearing like all this stuff about God and like praying together and all that, I'm always like, run, girl, because this is not going to be a fun and happy time for you. Again, it's giving benevolent patriarchy. It's giving trophy wife. It's giving Proverbs 32 woman. And it's giving, I will definitely treat you nicely while.
Mind you, this is like a white Christian woman. I intentionally picked a white Christian woman who is married to say all this, because y'all like to call us lonely black bitches. You like to call us fucking crazy witches. I mean, I'm a witch, but I'm not crazy. You like to call us all types of names. Well, you ain't even got a man. We picked a white Christian woman with a husband. Now what? White Christian women with husbands who like themselves agree with us. Now what? Let me let this lady keep dragging you out.
You fit into my expectations of what I want from a woman and how I expect a godly, quote unquote, godly woman to act. And like, I'll reward your obedience by continuing to be like a bare minimum type of good man for you. But if that ever goes by the wayside, if you ever let yourself go looks wise, if you ever start sort of having too many opinions or whatever, I'm going to get frustrated.
I've tried to have this sort of relationship when I was at the height of my traditional values. And I always recognized that I really, really loved serving my partner. Like I personally think that for me, love means to be of service. I like thinking about what your favorite candy is and always having it in my purse, or what you like to eat when you're having a bad day so I can have it to cheer you up, or what your favorite snack is, or what places you like to travel to, or what TV shows would be great for us to watch together, or what art exhibits you might want to go to. I love having love be like a bespoke suit. I like tailoring love to the individual. I hate copy and paste love. One of my favorite songs growing up was Love Me in a Special Way by El DeBarge, because I think if you love somebody, you have to tailor it to them. It can't just be you doing the same thing with every bitch, right? And however, as a traditional woman who likes to give my man the big piece of chicken and all that other stuff, and he's taking out the trash. I have hybrid values where a lot of the things my grandma would have taught me wouldn't have been bad, right? I always say our grandmothers didn't only have trauma to teach us, they also had some magic to teach us as well. So I don't believe that you have to be so progressive that you don't listen to what works for you and your partner that makes you both feel affirmed. I believe that in a healthy relationship, we both submit. I submit when you are protecting me. You submit when I'm nurturing you. We figure out ways to take care of each other. Sometimes I'm the big spoon, sometimes I'm the little spoon, right? So I am both progressive and traditional. I am a hybrid woman. And though, at the height of me being more traditional than progressive, at the time where I really was just looking to get married and have a traditional life and find comfort in that, I enjoyed it so much when things were good. So I believe that Christine enjoys this, because there's nothing, if you are someone who likes to feed your people that you love and you watch them eat a really good meal that you cooked, there's nothing like that joy. If you are someone who wants to fix up the house and make a surprise for your man and his eyes light up, there's nothing that feels better than that. However, this is where the shortcomings come up. What happens when he's hurt your feelings? And for once, what you have to say to him is reasonable, but it's not affirming. It's not positive. You have a differing opinion from him. Can he hold space and make you feel safe even when he disagrees with you? Can he listen to you as if he respects you like an equal and not just a subservient person who always has his shoes ready when he sits on the couch? That's where this falls apart. Relationships like Vic and Christine's are great when things are great. So I believe that she is currently happy. If she in any way gets a therapist, grows the fuck up as far as her development as a person outside of being a wife and a mother, heals her father wounds, makes peace with her own limitations, and starts learning more about race theory, critical race theory, you know, the thing that he should know about, but clearly he's not good at his job. If she evolves in any way that is significant and has an opinion that differs from him and starts to ask him the kind of questions or push back against his own anti-Blackness or misogyny that us Black women have already clocked in him, and he is displeased, suddenly she will be stunned how her perfect man leaves her for dead. She will be stunned how his eyes will go cold if you have a critique. I remember one time I was talking to a very attractive man that a lot of you have a crush on, so I will not say his name, who at the time was trying to smash. He was not trying to date me. He just wanted to fuck. And I was like, I don't know if you know you like big girls. I've stopped saying that. If you cute and fun and smell good enough and you have a good personality, their dicks will get hard for you. So ladies, just know, even in Hollywood, which is the most fat phobic place on earth, allegedly, big bitches still get sexually harassed, okay? So this very attractive man who I would have loved to date but didn't want to be a fuck buddy to. So it wasn't like I wasn't attracted to him. I just didn't agree with the terms that he was coming to me with. We're talking one time and I'm telling him how amazing he was in something that we did together. I was like, yo, this was really exceptional. His whole face lit up. I could see to the back of his teeth. And I said, and I have to also be honest, it's the end of the year. And at the end of every single year, I do inventory of all my relationships to make sure which relationships are thriving. I want to give those people their flowers. And which relationships maybe are cause for pause. And I want to have a courageous conversation before we start a new year. And I was like, and in doing my inventory of our relationship, I recognize 90% of our relationship is great. But this little one piece here really, really bothers me. And I thought it'd be a great time to give you an opportunity for us to talk about it because we're not beefing, right? The best time to talk about it is when it's not raw. The minute I told this man that I had 90% glowing things to say about him, but there was one thing that he was doing that made me feel less safe than I could have. I literally saw a dark cloud come across his face. I damn near feel like I saw horns come out his ears. And he immediately got combative before I even said what the thing was. Next thing I know, he's screaming and calling me childish. For those who are saying that's scary, that's what men like this act like. Us working is based on you centering me and me centering me. But bitch, let you have a thought or some fucking feedback. Who the fuck do you think you are? Your job is to please and cater to me. And my job is to tell everybody how much I love you for pleasing and catering to me. And to say mediocre shit like, I saw you without seeing you. You make my house smell like a home. If I slipped, then I'm slipping, because if I tripped, then I'm straight tripping. Yeah? Your job is for me to say that, bitch. What you mean that you're being inconveniencing me with growth opportunities and feedback? Are you fucking mad? What part of the Bible is that in? I didn't read that part. Is that the Carisha chapter of the Bible? Because the version that I read said you don't say shit. Where's my big piece of chicken? I know men like Vic, and I'm concerned because one or two things are going to happen. Either Christine's going to grow and this is going to be less convenient for him, and they're going to finally have to have those courageous conversations, or she's just going to stay shrunk for the rest of her life so she can be happily married.
And I'll slowly disengage, or I'll turn very manipulative. It's giving conditional, you know, not on her side, but on his side for sure. I think he just really likes all the things that she does for him and how, like, what kind of image all of this gives him. And again, I know people have spoken out and said he's a great person in real life. I think a lot of
being a great person in a non-sexual platonic community way is very different than being a great partner. Very different. I know a lot of people who are amazing socially who are horrible partners and suck at interpersonal relationships. They're not the same.
religious men have that reputation because they know it's important to have a really good public persona.
Every man I've ever met who was narcissistic, psychologically abusive, sometimes physically abusive, and manipulative were all beloved. I've never dated someone who wasn't beloved, and they were all unsafe. So what does that really mean?
A really good public image. And again, I'm not saying that this man is necessarily some kind of diabolical, like evil genius, but he doesn't seem like the kind of man who has done a lot of patriarchal deconstruction. And again, what he's really bringing to the table is the benevolent patriarch stereotype. The whole, like, I'm the head of the household, I'm the leader around here, God speaks to me. Like,
the biggest red flag for me when it comes to Vic and how he sees the world and how he sees the safety of women is, number one, when he told the story about how his mother was getting her ass beat by a man she was dating, and it was his sister who had to run into the room to save his mother, not him, because he was scared and he felt like a failure. And when Christine said, "Is she okay?" He's like, "Oh, she's gotten over it. It's okay. It's no big deal. Yeah, she's fine." It's almost like, yes, you know, look at the strong bitch who, took a look and kept on ticking. I mentioned that in my previous video, right? So he said that. And then when Christine said she had an abusive father, she said, he told Christine's mother, "I'm going to try to get Christine to forgive her father." You were cool with your mother shaking off getting her ass beat because she's a strong Black woman. And now you want this white lady to talk to her ancient daddy because you said so. And as the head of the household, it's your job to tell all the women that they need to forgive getting their asses beat or their hearts stomped on. And every story that Vic tells where he's virtue signaling, the woman just has to get the fuck over it and then go pray. No consequences, no accountability for any of the men who've caused harm. Nobody else picked up on that in the middle of all his virtue signaling and speaking in his deep old voice. In every narrative, a woman who's been abused by a man is virtuous if she shakes it off. Because fuck the part where the men take accountability and just stop being abusive. Because that part is okay. And then when Kevion, the man with the bright yellow neon teeth and the questionable Anthony Hamilton hairline, when he said both Black women that I was dating cut me off for playing in their faces and wasting their time, Vic's response was, "Oh, you dodged a bullet. Black women, and they hold you accountable? You dodged a bullet." What? But wait, Kevion dodged a bullet because two bad bitches in Hanifa dresses said that he wasn't on their level communication-wise and they had too much dignity to play games with him. He dodged a bullet by fumbling them. But you won because you have a white woman in a doo-doo brown dress who leaves you Post-it notes. Copy.
I lead us in prayer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know, from what I've seen throughout my life is that men like this tend to have like a very clear idea of how they want to be served by the women in their lives. And that idea does not really include a lot of room for honest feedback, doesn't include a lot of room for back talk, doesn't include a lot of room for the woman to like go out and do her own thing. He'll definitely be supportive, you know, but it's kind of giving like a lot of the husbands on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Like they're very benevolent, patriarch, very much like, yeah, you can work and make all this money and do all this, but as soon as that causes you to question my manhood or my contributions or my opinions on things, as soon as it gets in the way of you doing most of the childcare, as soon as it gets in the way of you doing most of the housework, as soon as it gets in the way of you looking at me with googly eyes and acting like I am the literal, like, best, most amazing man in the world just because I, like, pray with you every night. And I don't like all the hype that they're getting because usually the majority of the population does not have really great discernment when it comes to, like, relationships that are goals.
She's right. I keep saying the fact that so many of you clapped for Vic made me look at y'all crazy.
So sorry, but y'all really don't. A lot of times y'all either go off of looks or it's just like the whole thing is glazing a man for being half decent.
Vic has an attractive face, is tall, and doesn't slap bitches. That's all it took. That's all it took. The fact that he's not Ike Turner and he's over 5'10".
And I just don't really love to get on board with that. I don't think that women are lucky just because a halfway nice man shows them some attention or commits to them in some kind of capacity. Men like this can lay dormant for a very long time before they finally start to show their true colors when things get stressful. A lot of men want to just kind of legitimize themselves by getting married because at a certain point it starts to look kind of weird. If you're trying to get like really involved in your community or you're trying to run for some kind of office, I don't know, he said something about publications and like who knows, all of this could just be a very calculated scheme to just like make himself seem more legitimate. And like honestly, there's been a lot of Love is Blind couples that I think people have way overhyped. Like Taylor and Garrett, still don't think they're a great couple.
So she goes more into Love is Blind stuff. I'm gonna see if I can see her page. Oh, the comments are hiding. Let me hide the comments so I can see her page. She goes on to talk more about Love is Blind, but I just thought that this clip was incredible, and I wanted to make sure that I platformed it before we moved on, because again, for the sake of tribalism, a married Christian white woman with sense gets it. So y'all can't keep acting like it's just a bunch of black bitches making shit up. Her page is called the YV Edit. That's her page. All right, guys, we're gonna move on now because I realized that Vic bores me, so I can't stay on this topic any longer. I've moved on. Speaking of questionable man choices, Beyonce needs to have a group chat. There's a video that of Beyonce that I almost wanted to post. But it has a Beyonce song playing in the background, so I'm not sure that I can post it. Oop. Don't play the song. I don't want to get a copyright. Did y'all hear that? Not the phone try to be my op. I said I don't want to play the Beyonce song, and the thing started playing. Okay, copyright people, leave me alone. It was on my phone. Mind your business. It's a ringtone. I'm going to see if I can airdrop it to myself right now. And the reason why I want to airdrop this to myself is because Beyonce must be on the group chat asking everybody what the fuck is going on. Because it feels like everybody in Beyonce's family is on some bullshit. Everybody's tired, right? Like, I don't know what in the fuck is going on, but first there was a Papa Knowles going crazy because somebody said, well, do you want to give Miss Tina some credit? And he said, credit for what? What'd she do? And they were like, she birthed the person known as Beyonce and then birthed the person known as Solange? What you mean what you do? So there was that, because Papa Tina, sorry, I call her Papa Tina, that's fucked up. Papa Knowles is always on some bullshit. Am I the only one who remembers the rumor about how the outside baby that he had on Miss Tina was with the girl who used to be Solange's friend? Is that old mid-2000s tea that y'all don't remember? Because Beyonce and Solange's little brother from the outside baby that he had, that girl, from what I kept hearing for years, was Solange's homegirl. Now Papa Tina done impregnated one of the girl's friends. Allegedly, child. I just work here. Allegedly. Allegedly, okay? I'm just saying, does anybody else remember that rumor? Just curious. So first is Papa Tina. Sorry, Papa Knowles. I'm sorry. He's going to always be Papa Tina in my head. Him acting a fool. Then Mama Tina, update on Mama Tina. Child, do you know Mama Tina got in trouble again because they found out that she was keeping, sorry, not she, her operation, because she's one person. Her operation was storing foods in orange Home Depot buckets. Somebody said, nah, he's Papa Tina now. Oh, no. Miss Tina, whoever put that seafood in the orange Home Depot buckets, oh, bon Dieu. Did you fire them or is it family so you can't because you in Houston? They found the food and just, when they said orange buckets, something inside of me just imploded. Because I immediately, as somebody who used to work at Home Depot growing up, like not growing up, I went to work at Home Depot my freshman year of college. My freshman year of college, I tested out a lot of the classes because I went to a very special preparatory school. It was a 6-year high school that was meant to prepare you to go to Harvard. Instead of going to Harvard, I ended up going to another school instead because they offered me a full scholarship and I didn't feel like applying. I was like, well, why would I apply for Harvard? Because they had been trying to recruit me. I was like, why would I do all this hoops for Harvard when I could just go here because they're giving me a full paycheck? At 18 and smart, whoever's going to offer me a bucket of money the easiest, it got me. So it's so funny that I ended up going to another school instead and ended up working at Harvard rather than going there. And I remember like a huge part of me used to be so confused by girls who would sleep with dumb boys. Follow me here. I think that stupidity can be passed on sexually. I've always believed that stupidity could be passed on sexually. I am scared to sleep with anybody who is dumb. Papa Tina seemed like he's very smart businessman, but socially he's very dumb. So when Mama Tina started dating Richard, whatever his, not Richard, what's that man's name? That attractive man who used to be her friend and was waiting for her to get divorced so he could slide in and have next. That man, she and that man had a theater together. I followed them both. I went to a couple events at the theater, met Miss Tina. She was amazing. I think it was Lena was having a screening hosted by Mama Tina for, I think it was Tiana Taylor's movie 1001. In my whole life, 1001 is the best movie Tiana Taylor has ever acted in, which is why I probably One Battle After Another is like so nasty in comparison to me. So I remember watching this and being like, oh, Miss Tina's finally found her an emotionally intelligent man. When their divorce was announced, I was on Twitter and I was, and this aside is not related to anything, but I have to get the story out because it still fucks with me. I was on Twitter when they announced that they were getting divorced, and I was so sad for her because I was like, Mama Tina really deserved to be loved on. And I thought that man did a great job loving on her, but maybe I was wrong. You know, I'm an outsider. Somebody posts, hey, yo, somebody needs to tell Tina's husband that we can see his likes. Now, I'm on Twitter very rarely. So I was like, did I happen to be on Twitter when Richard Lawson, yes. Did I happen to be on Twitter right when some shit's about to pop off? Because I'm not on Twitter enough to ever be around when shit's about to pop off. And now that Elon owns it, I barely go on Twitter. But they have great porn and funny memes. So they were like, yo, somebody needs to tell Richard right now that we can see his likes. And somebody was like, why? They were like, just go see his likes before he takes it down. I run to Richard Lawson's page to go see his likes. It is nothing but the most hungry vagina porn I've ever seen in my life. It was like those vaginas were Venus flytraps. They were hungry and cavernous. It was just rough, big vagina sex. And I was not prepared. I was like, oh my God, This is depraved. I'm a nasty bitch. I don't clutch my pearls often. The vaginas had teeth, y'all. I was like, what the fuck? Y'all remember? Okay, it's not just me. I was like, oh my God, these are hungry vaginas. I remember it was like, you know, those girls who be like taking 3 penises all at once, like, yeah, you can fit another one. It was just very a lot. So that's all to say. Be nice on Miss Tina. Okay, she's been through a lot. Somebody said they look like they bite back. They did. I know that was a long detour. That was a very long detour. But ever since then, I've just felt very protective of Miss Tina. Okay, I'm not sure. This live might have gone off the rails. Okay, hold on. This is all to say that between Tina and Papa Tina, poor Beyonce probably is like, oh God, mom, dad, oh my God. So you're thinking Beyonce is probably mortified by her parents, like most of us are when we hit 40, right? Because once you're 40, you're a teenager again, except you and your parents have switched places. They're the teenager, you're the adult. It's so funny. Being in your 40s and having aging parents who you're fortunate enough to still be alive means suddenly everything you did to them when you were 17, they about to do to you at 41. Y'all switch places, right? I'm constantly telling my mother she better eat her vegetables and make sure that she has the TV on so that she's not overthinking too much at night. It's like a whole thing. So I felt a lot of sympathy for Beyonce because her parents are driving her as crazy as mine are. And then out of nowhere, Jules becomes a topic. You know Jules Smith, who is most famously known as being inside Solange's belly in the Soldier video? To me, that's his biggest claim to fame, is being the belly in the video. Well, Jules done grown up to look like one of the sexy DeBarge brothers. Y'all remember the DeBarge brothers from the 80s? Rhythm of the night. You know, just Cafe Olay and Curly. He looked like one of the DeBarge brothers. If Chico DeBarge had a baby with Joanne the Scammer without the wig on, that's what Jules so pretty. He's not gay. He is not. He's very much not gay. It might have been easier for the family because he could have put his dick away better. But Jules is so pretty. At first, people thought that he was gay before they realized he was just a pretty light-skinned fuckboy with New Orleans roots. Demon time. Okay? He's a nigga. And not only is Jules not gay, why is Jules dating somebody allegedly Solange's age? But he's not just dating a regular older woman. It's not just a regular cougar or a cub. He's dating Tommy Lee, allegedly. Tommy Lee, imagine if y'all don't know who Tommy Lee is from the reality TV world, imagine if K. Michelle and Jocelyn Hernandez had a baby who fights just as good, but has better drugs, allegedly. Tommy knucking and bucking and ready to fight Lee. I'm not a pussy asshole. I got some hands and feet and teeth. I don't think I'd want to fight Tommy Lee. I think we both go home tired. I think she would give me, I don't say this often, I think Tommy Lee would give me a run for my money. That lady looks like she used to wear Air Force Ones growing up, the way that she fight. She's pretty and violent. Why is this Let me just play a clip. Child, because I don't even understand how this is a story today. Who introduced them? Who's calling my phone? Who introduced Tommy Lee?
It's been a crazy weekend. Are you struggling, babe? I told you. Wait.
Oh, wait. That person I'm bad as she can't tussle? Oh, did I take it back? Tommy Lee used to talk like she would, beat the dog shit out of somebody. She was all bark and no bite. Okay, never mind. Then the only person that I would ever be scared to fight is Jocelyn on coke. I don't know what sober Jocelyn's like, but Jocelyn on coke should scare everybody. Jocelyn on coke picked up 2 officers and threw them aside so she could keep on beating the person they came to save. I don't have coke strength or crack strength, depending on how much money you got, because it's the same drug cooked differently. I don't have crackhead strength. So Jocelyn on coke and a crackhead who needs $4, I'm tapping out. Okay? I'm tapping out personally. So I thought Tommy Lee back in the day used to talk like she was on that time, but if y'all saying she getting dragged on baddies, never mind that.
Look good to you.
41-year-old reality TV star Tommy Lee
41, how old is Jules? Isn't Jules only 21? Oh, bon Dieu. Is it mommy issues? Wait, why are you writing capitals? Do I need to watch baddies? No, I don't. Actually, I don't need to watch baddies. I've been through enough. Let's continue watching.
responds to the backlash that she's been receiving, saying she's not that type of girl after she was seen on a night out with 21-year-old Jules Smith.
Tommy, you posted it on your Snapchat, baby. What you mean it didn't happen? You posted it. Wait, somebody said Solange is only 39. Oh, bon Dieu. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He even looks like a baby. I'm sorry. At 35 years old, seeing this man, this young man, I would have been like, that's a baby. I can't imagine being 41 and having Jules pull up in my DMs and I take this. And y'all know I've dated men who have been, the youngest man I've dated was 10 years younger than me. So I've dated somebody who was 10 years younger than me. And that didn't last very long. Somebody said, Blue, imagine you being with a 21. No, let's not. No, I don't know. I don't want that kind of negative. Let me hit the button. Ew.
Who is the son of Solange Knowles and the nephew of Beyonce Knowles. But here's the
By the way, his daddy, though, who is age appropriate, is fine as hell. Jules' daddy. Look up Jules' daddy. He fine as fuck. Now that, respectfully, Solange.
thing. She was even seen kissing him at the end of their night out.
They just kissed.
Oh, he in there too. Oh my God.
Now, I personally thought the entire situation was inappropriate because why would someone who is 41 and was 20 when someone else was born be even hanging out with a 21-year-old, much less be seen kissing a 21-year-old? Now, I don't know if she remembered what go down when there's $1 billion on an elevator.
Look at him. This looks like an actual child. Y'all, this looks like an actual child. Yeah, Jules, can we look up Jules' daddy instead? Because I need to course correct the room. Jules Smith daddy. Not Jules Smith Tommy Lee, no, Jules Smith daddy. This is an educational program, y'all. We want to make sure that y'all have all the facts. No, not his stepdaddy, he real daddy. Yes. Mind you, hold on, I found it. Let me do the screen share right now. Mind you, what's so crazy is Tommy Lee could have easily found anybody else to fuck with. I do think there is some fetish about fucking somebody who's related to Beyonce. I think for the rest of Jules' life, he's gonna have to grapple with, in the same way his mother had to grapple with always being seen as Beyonce's sister. I think he's gonna always be seen as Beyonce's nephew. Now, real quick, let me just take this down. Y'all could just, but it's giving Bad Bunny. Why couldn't we just be with Bad Bunny? Why we gotta do? It's giving Black Bad Bunny. That's what his father reminded me of, right? And this is not even the most flattering picture. I've seen way more flattering pictures of his father. My thing is, there are grown men. Hold on. Oh, let's get a picture of them when they were kids. Share this tab instead. Can we look at this picture? Oh my God, how sweet is this? When they were babies. Oh, sorry. I get very I'm such a girl. I get very sad about open image new tab. Let me share this tab instead. You guys see how innocent Solange was? Imagine that when this child that's in her stomach was in her stomach, Tommy Lee was their age, 2 years older than them. Imagine if a woman who was 2 years older than you walked up to you and said, yo, as soon as that baby come out, I'm gonna wait for him to hit 21 and fuck the shit out of him. You'd want to fight, right? Imagine someone 2 years older than you is plotting on the baby that's in your stomach right now in this picture. I'm sorry, y'all. It's nasty. It's gross. It's very nasty. It's very gross. And I think I might have gotten some tea from watching Jason Lee's clips. Somehow Jason Lee's involved in this.
The price has gone up because the entire family is worth way more, or if she was just doing this for content. But either way, I think it was inappropriate.
For those who are saying it's not true, number one, we all know what it's like when you run an errand with your titties out with your man. Look, come on. This is very clear. They hunching.
Hold on, y'all. Is this a joke? What is Tommy Lee doing with Solange's son, Beyonce's nephew? Somebody put Jules back on privacy mode right now.
Type of shit you do when you like somebody.
He said, "This is the episode that we had here." Sorry, there's the clip of Jason I'm gonna play in a second, but he said, "This is the type of shit you do when you like somebody." You got this 21-year-old young man carrying a 40-year-old woman and all her booty implants or whatever else on his back, walking through the street, talking about this is the type of shit you do when you like somebody. And she posting this on Snapchat talking about, but that's just my friend though.
My baby. Oh, they like each other. And I see what it is here. He likes to live on the wild side. Like, he likes to get dangerous.
Allegedly, this is all alleged, child, even though we're looking right at it, allegedly.
Because we all know Tommy is dangerous. I kind of don't want to see this, but then I want to see how it plays out. But I kind of want him to go back to...
Wait, Tommy's a grandma? She's one of those 40-year-old grandmas? Are you serious? Can somebody vet that for me? Because y'all are my co-producers.
Privacy mode, because with Tommy, it never ends well. Somebody save him. Help him. Do something.
The way Jules just loves a good ghetto time.
They said that she gonna be the next gumbo ingredient. Y'all stop.
Like, I kid you not, he is always in something or doing something, and he just don't give a fuck. He do not care. Because what do you mean? What do you mean out of all the people you're spotted with that I'm seeing on my timeline? We talking about Tommy? We talking about Tommy? Baby, what is going on for real? What I can't even fathom this right now. And had I not seen the videos myself of them tugging each other down and hugged up, I would have thought y'all was lying to start a rumor so people would stop talking about Mama Tina's gumbo.
Speaking of her gumbo.
Okay, y'all. So TMZ just reported and just posted the report from the health department of the reason why the health department went to the Houston Rodeo and Carnival and shut Miss Tina's gumbo stand down.
Yeah, so this is the part where we mentioned the orange buckets, but I mentioned it early because I couldn't stomach it. The orange buckets of it all. Y'all had... I will never look at an orange Home Depot bucket the same way.
Now, Tommy, why did you think that was cute to be on that boy's back? And that boy's half your age. Literally half your age.
They just kissed.
Like, I get it. I mean, low-key, like, no, because, like, it's Beyonce's nephew, no, it's Solange's son. A lot of y'all did the same thing. No shade.
With all the shit going on in the world, I don't get a fucking chance to really fucking gossip, but Tommy Lee dating Solange's son is fucking disgusting. You are a nasty ass motherfucking woman. You mean to tell me you done ran through all the men around your age bracket that you had to go to a fucking child? Because yes, that is a child to you. Okay, he barely a fucking adult. Like, god damn, you that fucking low? That is disgusting. Are you trying to get close to Beyonce and her family? Like,
we gonna play the dogs after we're done with this entire segment. I will say this. At 41, Tommy probably still has eggs. If Beyonce's nephew gets Tommy Lee pregnant, Let's play this video from Jason Lee because I was looking up. I was like, how did Tommy Lee meet this young man? I need some answers. While doing research, I was stunned to run into my old friend, Jason Lee. For those who don't know, who are new here, I was a co-host on the Hollywood Unlocked podcast with Jason Lee and DJ Jamage for 2 years. We also had a radio show on iHeartRadio that was in 76 markets. And we had a TV show on Fox Soul during the same time that Claudia Jordan and Funky Geneva had their show. So I've done radio, TV, and podcasts with Jason Lee, right? And I just realized I don't think I've ever really featured him on this channel. Shocking. But today I'm about to break that. Today I'm about to feature Jason Lee because apparently Jason has some tea about what's happening with Jules. And this is the thing that y'all always get wrong. That clip of Beyonce allegedly running from Jason Lee is actually out of context. Beyonce knew Jason Lee was going to be there and they were texting. Like they know each other. Beyonce has Jason's number and Jason has her number. So I'm not going to say too much, but just know as somebody who was behind the scenes and who was at the radio station when Jason would walk out and take a phone call with Cardi, or who was hearing how things were happening and seeing things in real time, Jason and Beyonce are actually cool. And so that clip of Beyonce running from him allegedly is always so funny because when you hear him behind the scenes tell what actually happened, it's the opposite of what the clip says. The clip was taken out of context and it was a fun clip. And because Jason was on demon time back then and had a lot of enemies and hurt a lot of people, he's even said he's changed since then to some degree. He understands why there's an incentive to keep that clip going. But I just know that there have been times that I have been with Jason and there has been a conversation of a call or something happening between his team and Beyonce's team. And it's more frequent than y'all would think. Y'all need to understand that show business is half show, half business, and they don't show all the business. So let's hear what Jason has to say about this Jules and Tommy Lee thing.
There's an episode that we had here that went super viral that created this mass hysteria where you all thought that I was doing something nefarious to Beyonce and Jay-Z that led me down.
No, you are definitely wrong. There was tons of discourse when Drea did it, including me and Bridget and every podcast I know. The Drea conversation was a conversation for weeks. So this I disagree with. I actually think Drea got way more airtime than this is getting.
Down the trope of telling you all, if anybody kills me, Jay-Z did it. Remember all of that crazy madness? There's been so many YouTubers that made this video where you all said I was extorting Beyonce or Jay-Z. Like you all ran with it, and I get it. I understand. Anyway, let me show you the clip. And then I'll come back. Take a look. Because I didn't just go to the concert to see Beyonce on tour. I went because of what it represented.
He went on the tour and was like sitting on the stage. I mean, I also was sitting on the stage, but I wasn't there. So friend child, I fucking just bought an expensive ticket. So Jason and I were both going to all these Beyonce concerts during the Renaissance tour, like many of you were. And yeah, it was interesting because I'm like, Jason, how do you feel going to her concert knowing that people have this thought that she runs from you? He's like, I don't give a fuck. And he really doesn't. And
I spent thousands of over $40,000 in tickets and shared the experience with friends. And I've done a lot, and I'm not even going to say it here because if I did, this internet, Beyonce's good internet would go crazy. Did I tell y'all what I've done?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I'm going to tell them while Johnny puts a beep over this part of the show. So you'll never know what it is, but I want you to see their reactions. And I'm going to do it right now.
Damn, Johnny, that's a long beat. The hell? Shout out to our good friend Johnny. He's a producer over at Hollywood Unlocked. He's one of my favorite Puerto Ricans. He's such a sweetheart.
Do you remember that clip?
Yeah, absolutely.
It went everywhere, and people really thought that I was going to extort Beyonce or I had this dirt on her. Let me first clear the air and say that I love Beyonce, and Beyonce, you know I love you. Well, during that time when I covered my face and I said this, what I was saying was what I didn't want to air here on the show. I was saying that Jules used to slide in Hollywood Unlocked's DMs when he was younger, trying to get my staff to hook him up with different female celebrities.
Did y'all hear that? Jules used to be watching bad bitches on Hollywood Unlocked, trying to figure out how to get my friends on his staff to hook him up with bitches. Now, Jules, you just turned 21. Yes, y'all, please like the live so more people like the live and also hype the live. I always forget to do all the promo shit, so thank you for helping me out. Like the live and hype the live so more people can find it. But the idea that Jules is only 21 now. So when Jules was just getting his peach fuzz is he hitting up Jason Lee's people trying to get some trim, as the kids say. What? So yeah, so this is making me feel like Jules has lived in an ivory tower. Beyonce is his auntie, Solange is his mama, Tina is his grandmama. He has all these bad bitch Creole girls running the streets, running the world. Who run the world? Them, right? And he like, I just want to see a little bit of mess. He's like, I would like to see it. Okay, I just want to touch on a big old booty crack. So while his mama and mother and aunt are the bastions of just Black excellence, he would like to touch something a little bit less excellent. Okay, he would like to go to Magic City and watch a bounce. And it makes sense to me because when you have everything, when you quite literally have everything, including fame, without having to do anything to earn it, just by proximity and the bloodline that you were born into, when in your second trimester, you made your, people talk about the youngest person ever. Is there an award for making an appearance on a TV show before you even come out? Your first TV appearance was inside Solange's belly, the soldier. How do you top that? Imagine peaking before you're born. I might want to go to the Baddies Club and watch some titties bounce too if I was him. Shit, I've watched titties bounce over less, to be honest. Not to shoot him some bail, but let's continue listening to what else Justin has to say.
One of which was Sky Jackson. Y'all can go do the Googling on that. I ain't had nothing to do with it. I'm just saying that man did his own thing. And I felt very uncomfortable with Jules in our DMs because me being Jason Lee from Hollywood Unlocked, a gay man, I don't want Jules in our DMs. So I would DM him back and say, hey, Jules, like, you know, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that, da, da, da. And then I contacted a friend of mine named Fadia who used to be at Meta to say, hey, can you please get a message to Solange that her son is in our DMs? He wanted us to help him get verified, a whole bunch of different things. So I told Fadia to go and tell Solange, and I know she went and did that.
Yep.
Well, one day they had posted something extremely inappropriate of Jules on Snapchat, and I, like the gay uncle, saw it and immediately contacted Snapchat, had it deleted, and then I contacted Yvette Noshore to let her know. And I was texting Yvette, who's Beyonce's publicist, and I was saying, can you call me 911? And she was into me, and I said, you need to step out and call me. And they were posting very inappropriate things about Jules on Snapchat that I thought totally crossed the line and was a violation of his privacy. And also it was disgusting because he was a kid at the time, and it was a violation of his privacy, and I'll leave that there. And so when me and Yvette got on the phone and I told her what was happening, she was able to go and handle it. And she called me back and she said, on behalf of the family, we appreciate what you've done. When the Beyonce tour happened and I wanted to have a moment with Beyonce to quiet down this noise that she was running from me, just because, you know, that's followed me for years.
Yeah. It has.
And for me to pay $40,000 to go see the show anyway, we went to the show, a lovely show, and for Yvette to kind of shit on me like that, I felt some type of way. So what I did was come here and I did the video, not knowing the fallout it was going to have. And then everybody who loves me thought I was attacking Beyonce and Jay-Z. And then those allegations against Jay came out at the same time. So it looked like we were wrapped up in all that. So anyway.
And it's so funny because the allegations about Jay-Z came out the night that I was in Miami for the Art Basel art show that's in South Beach every year. And I was at Art Basel and I had gone to, I think it was Everyday People in Miami, and ran into Jason Lee, Sir John, who used to be Beyonce's makeup artist, I think, or hairdresser, one of those. Sir John, just look up Sir John. He's a handsome man. So it was Jason Lee, Sir John, and Super Nerd, who's a creative director who does a lot of Jason's events. So me and them and my friend Janice, who runs a website on Instagram called I Love Beards or whatever, I Love Beards, something like that. So mind you, these are all people who work in media, right? Because she has I Love Beards, Jason has Hollywood Unlocked, Sir John is Sir John, Super Nerd is an amazing creative director. We all walk into the VIP section of Everyday People together. And we had a great night. And then me and Janice got separated from Jason and them because they were, you know, doing stuff with the boys or whatever. We leave. When I get back to my hotel, I'm getting news of the Jay-Z allegations as I'm going back to my hotel in South Beach. And I'm like, I just saw Jason. And so think about it. Sir John, actually, let me look up Sir John because I want to put some respect on his name. I don't like the fact that my memory, Sir John Beyonce. Sir John is a makeup artist. Okay, yes. And a lot of people think that Beyonce's son, Sir, is named after him. A lot of people think that Sir John, being her makeup artist for a very long time and a close friend of hers, is who she named her son after, and also the explanation they gave of how they love the idea of every time a white person talks to their child, they have to call their son Sir because that's his name. That's actually pretty fucking dope. So the man that is so close to Beyonce, she allegedly named her son after him, is hanging out with Jason when I ran into him in Miami. I just need to explain to you the difference between optics and what y'all assume versus what I see in real life in the industry. They're never the same. And I also think one of the reasons why, if you listen to what Jason said, is Jason said, I might be known for being messy, but when this young man was trying to get in some mess, I refused. I not only refused to be a part of it, I told him, hey, don't do that. And then I called his mama and them to make sure that his tribe could keep him safe. That's the part of Jason that a lot of people don't understand. Also, too, I will say this. I do think a part of Jason's loyalty to Jules, or just looking out for Jules, is Jason was a young man in the foster care system, right? And when you're a young person in the foster care system and you know what it's like to be forgotten, you have a soft spot for other young people. And I have noticed that Jason has a really big soft spot for the youth. He's always looking out for kids. His campaign manager was a 7-year-old. He had a 7-year-old campaign manager. He picked somebody from his community. This was Jason when Jason was Jules' age. This is Jason. This is Jules. Y'all see the resemblance? It looks like the same nigga twice. So me being Jason's friend, I also do know that part of the reason why Jason is so protective of Jules, despite whatever he feels about what's happening with how people see him and Beyonce, is because, nigga, you look like me when I was your age. Is this not the same nigga twice? Jules, for everybody was like, oh my God, Jules is so fine. Jules looks like Jason Lee when he was 21. Copy, meet, paste, right? And so as somebody who knows my friend, who knows his heart, I was like, of course you looked out for Jules because Jules looked like you and nobody looked out for you. And I know how much that hurts you. And that's why you're always looking out for the kids behind the scenes in the industry, but you never get credit for that. Yes, it's very much giving Spider-Man. So yeah, guys, this is just another reminder. Don't always be convinced that the optics are real life. Somebody said Jules looks like Mama Tina. Huh? Apparently, so does Jason, right? And so the whole Jules thing, now that I'm hearing this backstory that Jason's sharing on his show, that Jules been trying to get into some Solange. Jules been out here trying to lay it low and spread it wide, right? Now I'm like, oh, okay. So suddenly, because I did that bit of research, the Tommy Lee of it all, I still think it's icky. I'm still saying yuck, but it makes sense.
Like Tommy Lee, honestly, what if that was your fucking son dating a woman twice his age? You'd be wanting to throw some hands. You lucky Solange ain't that person she was in that goddamn elevator, because if she will attack a man, I guarantee that she would probably attack your ass too. Now go take your nasty ass somewhere and go get a fucking STD check or some shit. And leave that fucking boy alone and let him find a woman his goddamn age instead of your old ass sucking the fucking life out of him. Because I'm pretty sure that's why you got it.
Now, sis.
Excuse me, but where is Jules' daddy at?
Yeah, where his finance daddy at? By the way, when I say his finance daddy, those pictures that I showed you are not the picture I saw him. Let me call him that. There's a picture of his daddy where he looked grown. If y'all find it, let us know in the chat. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Where's Solange at? I mean, I know that man is, I know he's 21, 22. He's the same age as my youngest sister, right? Regardless of everything else that has been going on.
Someone said, Blue, considering you said that, I feel like this is a Nepo baby wanting and seeking attention out in the worst way, aka attention-seeking demon time. Look, a 21-year-old boy is going to want to get his dick wet regardless. A 21-year-old boy who has money and the Knowles Carter legacy, that does further complicate it. So I think this is half Nepo, half 21-year-old nigga. Like, I think it's a little bit of both. Like, This is on par for his age. The Beyonce and Solange and Miss Tina and Jay-Z of it all just completely exacerbates it.
Bump that shit.
They on Twitter talking about Tommy had two Rock Nation black bands sitting in front of her house. Nah, Beyonce sent that bitch some flowers and said, bitch, delete that shit right the fuck now.
Somebody said Solange finna put Tommy on her altar. Me and Solange are on the same type of time spiritually, so Tommy, it would behoove you to unhand this young man before there's a return to sender with your name on it. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, by the way, the candles are on sale. I keep forgetting. If you would like to get a limited supply of our flash sale of Intention candles, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're gonna do a quick little rundown of the candles that are for sale after this live is over. I mean, not after, towards the end of the live, because again, I want you guys to manifest responsibly. I curated the bundles, and I want to go over the bundles with you. So remind me if I forget, guys, because you know I will. Remind me to go over the candle bundles that are on the flash sale before we end today's live.
Fuck no.
Now, I wanted to say to myself, Blue, let's be fair. When you watched Age of Attraction, you saw a 27-year-old man who had a receding hairline and disposition of a 40-year-old, and you were stunned when you found out he was only 27. So maybe what's happening here is that Jules carries himself like a grown man. So I scraped the internet. I really hope that you guys appreciate the dark corners of the internet that I have to go to do research for this show. That's how we ended up with the fucking Fruit Love Island video that I had to post yesterday, because I needed to know what the fuck was I watching. I think my algorithm is confused because of all the research that I do. So I wanted to research, what does it look like when Jules likes a girl and is macking on her? Because maybe his balls drop and all of a sudden his brain congeals and he acts like a 40-year-old man, and we all got it wrong because Tommy saw beyond his age to his heart. So I found a clip of him hitting on a girl. Tommy, you might be a pedo because this is a child. Let's watch what it looks like when Jules likes a girl. Mind you, he's tall, he's fair-skinned, he got blue-green eyes, he's related to Beyonce, he Creole, he probably smell good. His mama is Solange. Hello. Like, the boy got a lot going for him, so I'm not going to pretend like, oh, I don't see what anybody sees in him. No, if I was a young little 18-year-old girl who's a little color-struck, I might try to hunch on him too. But can we all watch the caliber of mental abilities this young man has to drive the point of the disparity between him and a 41-year-old alleged grandma?
Yes, they said it's a natural connection, should be about reciprocation, mutual growth, and resonance. Yes. Yeah.
Jordan, finals foot.
Hello. My Shayla.
So, okay. So you say you be bowling?
I'm not gonna lie. I used to not like to bowl, but one time I got so lit and I was having so much fun.
And then you started bowling, huh? What else they got in here? It seems like they got everything in here.
We need to do it all.
Come on.
Child, am I the only person who's a little kid? You like bowling? I like bowling. What else they got in here? And now he starts putting his hand under his shirt so he can suck his thumb and look around the room. Y'all, all I see is a kid. So sorry. This is a child. Even if I was horny and hard up and thought he was older, the minute he started talking, he would have lost. This doesn't say 21. This says about 17 and a half.
I think we need to do it all.
I ain't got shit to do today.
Oh, you blocked out the schedule for me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
He said, let's go. I ain't got shit to do today. You blocked out your schedule for me? Yeah, let's go play. The child.
It's been a crazy weekend.
Y'all. It is, somebody said, not the Creole Riz. He's a child. He is a child, and I'm disturbed. Mostly, let me remove all this. I have so many screens up right now. There's a video that somebody popped up about Beyonce and her reaction. Look at my bangs looking crazy. Beyonce and her reaction to all this. Let me try to hide it from the copyright. Nope. Let me take the volume down. Nope. Y'all not about to catch me in Beyonce hell. But the meme shows Beyonce like, Beyonce, you need to talk to your mama. You need to talk to your daddy. You need to talk to Jules. Not the red table. Somebody done a mock-up of Beyonce doing Red Table with her daddy and her mama and her nephew. Like, what in the fuck are y'all doing to my brand? Because I have to say it is disturbing. And though we have one more hot topic that I want to do today. I feel like that we've done TS Madison and the conversation about trans women and Black women and how we can be allies to each other. Yes, family meeting immediately. We have done, hold on. We've done that. We've done the thing that happened with Vic, because y'all know Vic is a whole ass mess. We have done Tommy Lee and Jules. I now am on the fence. There's one more live topic that I want to do. However, I actually think this topic might be a live of its own. We've been going for 3 hours and 44 minutes. I feel like this. Should we do it tomorrow? Yeah, I think we're going to do it tomorrow. I think the last topic is so big, and it's not one that I've seen a lot of Black commentators talk about, but it does, in my opinion, speak to the Black experience. So I think maybe not tonight. I'm going to be tired. Maybe tomorrow morning, I might do like a quick 9 a.m. East Pacific, noon Eastern live on this one topic, because this has been bothering me, and it's more of social commentary that's evergreen. Well, it's not evergreen because it has to do with what happened at the Grammys. Oh, yes, we're going to do that topic as a one-off. Before we go, though, because that topic I think really does need to be by itself, and I'm not even going to tell you what it is, child, because the girls love to plagiarize. The girls love to plagiarize. You just have to wait till tomorrow to see what it is. One more thing I do want to talk about is Usher. Hold on. Now, years ago, a security guard came forward and alleged, I'm going to use my words carefully, that Usher was hospitalized when he was staying with Diddy as a young act because he was allegedly bleeding out of his booty hole. Then Usher, years later, came out and said that he has not been able to sleep properly because of his time with Diddy, and that wasn't the place for a child, right? So I was under the assumption that if you wait, really? Is the trash people coming right now as I'm about to talk about this? Well, the trash is taking itself out, so I guess maybe it's cosmic timing. I assumed that if you allegedly get sent to the emergency room with a bleeding booty hole and then say that you have not slept well in 30 years because of your time with this man, a part of me thought that must mean that you're open to calling him out on his sins. Yeah, that's what one would think. Then I saw Usher receive his award. Hold on, why is my airdrop not working? I'm trying to airdrop the Usher clip to myself and it's not working. So let's turn it off, then on, off, then on. Okay. There we go. So I saw when Usher received his Lifetime Achievement Award from BET, I was shocked because the Lifetime Achievement Award speech, something about what happened in the speech and how he was talking felt very Diddy-like. And I was like, wait, are you still cool with Diddy? Because again, to me, bleeding booty hole, allegedly, and I can't sleep means we not cool. Well, it's come out recently that Usher might be a Diddy apologist, despite his own personal history with Diddy. And that picture of Usher and Justin Bieber, at first I was scared to touch it because I was worried it was AI. You never know who's AI. Yeah, somebody said victim turned abuser. And you know that in the same way that Diddy took ownership of Usher as a guardian to help him with his music career, Usher was in a bidding war against Justin Timberlake for Justin Bieber, and he got Justin Bieber, and he played the Diddy role in Justin Bieber's life as far as being a mentor, mentee. And so I always thought that it was like these Russian dolls of, if you open up the Russian doll of Diddy, inside you will see Usher, and inside Usher you'll see Justin Bieber. So to see Justin Bieber and Usher having that terse exchange, and to also know that it's come out recently in the past like 2 or 3 years that Justin Bieber definitely was sexually in some way mistreated as a child. And even the video Yummy, not to get into conspiracy theories, but if you watch the video for Yummy, a lot of the imagery that is alluded to in the Epstein files around what happens to young children and young musical acts A lot of that imagery, including the pizza and everything else, is in the Yummy video. Yummy was not a song about a beautiful girl, allegedly. Some are saying Yummy was a song about how predators look at their prey. And that's another video for another time behind the paywall, because that would definitely be demonetized on YouTube. So knowing that Justin Bieber is cracking under the weight of what allegedly happened to him, while Usher seems to have compartmentalized it and continued to keep trucking, I'm a little bit saddened that we're finding out that Usher might be a Diddy apologist on the heels of that now infamous picture of him and Justin Bieber at the Grammy party arguing. If you connect all those dots, and I actually won't. I'll let you do it for yourself, because this one's a little bit too obvious, right, for me to risk getting in trouble. If you connect all the dots and then you factor in that when Usher did the Super Bowl, I was really excited until I saw a picture of him in Bali with Russell Simmons. And then you factor in that when my good friend Tiffany Red, well, me and Tiffany Red are just very friendly. Let me not overstate that. My friend Tiffany Red. When Tiffany Red came in here and held space with us when we were doing the Diddy documentary recap, and when she helped Cassie bravely file that case against Diddy, a lot of people have been concerned about Justin Bieber in relation to the whole Diddy effect. And I could see a world where Justin Bieber would look at Usher like, you didn't protect me. And I could also see a world where Usher, from a generational standpoint, is like, well, nobody protected me either, but I figured it out and I prospered. You know what I mean? So it's tricky, but let's watch this clip that's making the rounds.
Might be a bit controversial, but in the same way, I think many people choose to look past the reality of what our country is, the standards that we now stand on. We can't ignore the reality of the history, but in many ways, I think certain people are prosecuted and maybe not recognized for the greatness, that they are.
Saying that many people are prosecuted and not recognized for their greatness, when Diddy was recognized, had things named after him, and applauded for 30 years of him abusing people, allegedly. 30 years is not enough celebration, Usher? Both Diddy and R. Kelly got a couple decades off before we held them accountable. That's not enough? 30 years of you being able to live a full life at the top echelon of fame and success and notoriety. 30 years of you being the best case scenario of what super macho posturing will look like. 30 years of you popping bottles and, drinking Cavassier and being on yachts. 30 years of you being above reproach and wreaking havoc and causing psychological, physical, and emotional damage to anybody who got in your way or tickled your fancy. You don't think 30 years of that is enough celebration for us to finally now sit with the harm that you caused? Fuck Usher. Y'all don't understand. Growing up in the 90s, You Make Me Wanna is probably one of the first songs that I felt like a teeny bopper, right? So I'm not gonna play the video of the security guy talking about his bleeding booty hole because it feels sensational to do that. A lot of times what happens with boomers and Gen X and even Zennials is we think because we went through something worse and survived that anybody who's not willing to go through as much has no reason to complain. And that is toxic. And that's generational trauma that I don't plan to pass on.
Offer. I don't have anything negative to say about Sean Combs because my experience was not what the world has seen.
But yes, that's not Usher. I'm gonna have to call bullshit because in the court case that Tiffany and even the court case that Cassie filed, in one of the documents in Cassie's document, it said that you were sitting there. I think it was you and Neo. If it's not Neo, I apologize. But I know it was Usher, and I think it was another Libra. I remember thinking, look at the Libras not doing shit. It was Usher and somebody else were sitting at a dinner table where Diddy beat Cassie, allegedly, at the dinner table, and she scurried off, and y'all kept eating your soup. According to court documents, you witnessed crimes. According to the documents. Yes, Don said it. Don said that Usher was eating his soup while people were getting beat. Oh, so it was Neo. Thank you. I love it when my memory serves me well. So you and Neo up here just eating French onion soup while women are getting beat around you, and you can't say nothing bad about Sean Carter. To the point where when you got your BET award, you damn near did a award speech that felt like a tribute to him.
And how he's been, misrepresented. I'm not saying that every man is perfect. I'm not saying that all of us don't have flaws, but I can't, with any sense of humanity, not recognize the valuable contributions that this man made for us as Black entrepreneurs, for us.
I actually don't think I can stomach the rest of this clip. I actually don't think I can. I actually don't. 15-year-old Blue is sad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to recuse myself from this. The thing about the age of Aquarius that we are very decidedly living in. We're in it. Okay, people used to sing about the age of Aquarius. We're here. It's not coming. It's here. And this is the mantra that I have said repeatedly. Let me pull up the thing about the candles, because now I feel like I want to go light a candle after this. Now me wanting to purchase my own fucking candles. Damn, do I have any extra? Did I sell all of them? Hold on. Yeah, I might have to burn a candle after this. The thing about being in the age of Aquarius is one of the mantras that I've always had is honor what's being revealed. It's my favorite mantra when something good has happened, rather than me time traveling to the future about how am I going to sustain this? How much pressure is there going to be? X, Y, and Z. I live in the present. If something beautiful is being revealed, I honor that. And I sit with the beautiful thing that's being revealed. If something nasty and hurtful is being revealed, I don't get defensive. I sit with that and watch it and honor what I'm learning, because there's data in the moment. Even when I'm getting my heart broken, I tell my clients this all the time: clarity is always an improvement. So as someone who believes that clarity is always an improvement, even when it breaks your heart, because once you're clear, you're more empowered to make better decisions, right? A lot of us are going to have to honor what's being revealed when it comes to our childhood heroes as they're being revealed in the age of Aquarius. A lot of people who I used to have deep respect for, I'm saddened by. And I never thought, if you had told me 2 years ago when we were all clamoring to go see Usher in Vegas, that I'd be saying this right now. I think Usher has failed as a man when it comes to holding his brother Sean Combs accountable for his sins. I'm going to go on the record and say that. That is the kindest way that I can say this. All right, we're going to play the puppies real quick. Hold on. I cannot end on that note because ill, brother, ill. All right, so where are the puppies? Hold on. Oops, I almost put the extra camera video. Evil Eye. By the way, the fact that the Evil Eye puppies get played so much these days tells you the time we're in. For those of you who are new here, the Evil Eye puppies are just cute little puppies that help us hear a wind chime so that we can tell our bodies and signal that we're cleansing the energy. Yes. All right, so Evil Eye puppies have been played. I love them. We're now, this other live topic is an hour. I don't have another hour in me. That's definitely its own live. We're now going to look at a screen share about the candles, because I do not want you guys asking me the same questions that are written. So I'm going to do Reading Rainbow. Take a look. It's in a book. And by a book, I mean Eventbrite. Please read the instructions. Stop emailing me. Just read the instructions. Because guess what? When you don't read the instructions, you email me, you wait 5 days for me to have time to check the email just to send you a screenshot of the instructions that you already had. So, boys and girls, today we're going to talk about how do you read with the things that you are purchasing. Look, Blue is having a Cinco de Mayo birthday happy hour. So exciting. Depending on where you are, the tickets are a different price. I'm only charging you $33.33 because we're going to be there for 3 goddamn hours. And when you go to reserve a spot, though, so whatever tax you see above $33, that's Eventbrite charging you, not me, because of course capitalism. So let's look here. Y'all see everything I'm pushing, right? Clean slate. I picked these bundles for you guys. The clean slate bundle. This is not the price that I charge. It's the price that Eventbrite charges. It includes 4 candles, right? Each bundle includes a pure sweetness candle, which is a divine feminine, a heal thyself candle. I'm going to be burning one of those next month for my birthday as well. A clarity and peace candle, a protection candle, and an extra large spiritual bath. Remember, U.S. shipping only, no international sales. You see how nowhere on this does it say that it comes with a ticket. Why? Because the ticket is up here separately. Ticket, what you can add on top of the ticket. But here's the thing, guys. If you press this without pressing this, that's you adding ketchup without actually buying the burger. Right? I hate that I have to do this, but a lot of y'all had a lot of really strongly worded emails acting as if this was complicated. I'm trying to show you, no, it's not. You just didn't read. Take the L, sis. Again, the Protect Your Neck 4-pack. Let's open this up. Protect Your Neck has a return to sender, a protection candle, a big wick energy candle, and a mystery candle for my best sellers list, which include road opener, good juju, and pure sweetness. Then, if you don't feel like dealing with mystery, there's a Protect Your Neck trio. This only has return to sender, protection, and big wick with no mystery candle. So the difference is, this is for people who do not like risk. They're like, Blue, I'm scared the mystery candle is going to be the one that I don't want because I really only want a road opener, but you're going to send me a pure sweetness, so I really want a good juju, but you sent me a road opener. For those who don't want to risk it, there's a trio. You can just have 3 guaranteed. For those who want some fun and know the best sellers are hard to come by, literally, I don't have any more after this sale, do the 4-pack. And for those who want a fresh start, do the clean slate. Do y'all see how simple this is? Do y'all see how simple this is? I couldn't have made it any simpler. And y'all keep telling me I'm not cutting up the meat small enough for you. I can't. Okay? Now it's for the birthday party. I feel like because it's a birthday party, it's going to feel extra special because no one's ever thrown me a birthday party. No one's ever thrown me a surprise party. My mother threw me one surprise party when I was 5 years old, and it was only a surprise because I didn't know it was my birthday. That's the year that I found out that my birthday was April 24th. No, I've thrown a million surprises, whether it's a birthday party, an engagement, or whatever. Birthday parties, engagements, what else have I thrown? Weddings. We had a surprise wedding one time. Surprise baby showers. I have been in everybody else's surprise. Not a single person has ever thrown me a surprise in my life. It's one of the few things in life, if I was bitter, I would be bitter about that. Because how am I included in all the planning, but I'm never being planned for? And I know a lot of motherfuckers, okay? I know a lot of people. I've been in friend groups where I have been part of the rotation of doing a surprise for everybody, and somehow the rotation never got to me. So I hate the idea of planning a party for myself because it brings me some bitterness that I poured so much and hadn't gotten none back in that respect. And so this year I rented out a little beach house in Malibu. I invited some friends, and I'm going to just take naps by the beach and order fucking fish tacos and take more naps and order more fish tacos and kiki and eat an edible and laugh and then take my ass home. So I'm spending the weekend by the beach with my homegirls for my birthday. And then a week later, after I come off hiatus, because I'm taking that 2 weeks off completely from working, I'm coming back to do the happy hour with you guys, and we can celebrate my birthday together. And because it's going to be Cinco de Mayo, it's going to be fun. We're going to have libations or whatever. Somebody said, Blue, what order should I burn the candles? And funny enough, the candles are actually ordered, and the website's down, but they each have a number. I wish I had a candle on me. The fact that there's 70 candles over there waiting to be labeled. The candles are come in order, but I always say, always burn a return to sender first and then a protection. That is the spiritual foundation. I always burn a return to sender and a protection candle first. Return to sender means I'm washing off everything that doesn't belong to me and sending it back to where it came from. Protection candle means I send a lot of bullshit back to where it came from. Let me protect myself in case somebody gets wind of it. Because y'all don't understand, spiritual warfare is not always intentional. You ever think about somebody that you have beef with out of nowhere? They might have returned some energy to you, or they might just be talking shit about you. People randomly pick up on each other's energy all the time. So I always say, if you're going to do a return to sender, you have to do a protection. In fact, moving forward, when the candle shop opens back up this year, we will only be sending return to senders with a protection candle. I am no longer selling them singularly. It's never happening again. Somebody said, Blue, I'm spending my birthday by the beach. Oh, I love that. Blue, can you post a drink menu the day before so I can get supplies? Yes, sweetie. I know that you sent me the drink specials like the day or so before last time. Can you send it to me maybe a week earlier so that whatever you guys come up with on the Discord, I can post it on the main page on the and post it for everybody? So yes, the Blue Crew has their own Discord, and if they're gonna do the drink menu, I really liked how they did it for St. Patty's Day, so I will honor that and put it on the main page post, the community tab for the happy hour. Now, as far as the happy hour tickets, let's see how many tickets are left because I want to make sure I'm not promoting something that is about to sell out. It's only been a couple of days though, and I added extra tickets, so it shouldn't sell out. But I just want to make sure. All right, as of right now, oh, okay. We are 60% sold out. Okay, so only a little bit less than 40% of the tickets are still there, even though we just went on. Wait a minute, we just went on sale at midnight yesterday. Huh? I'm confusion. It's only been 36 hours. Okay, well, it's only been 36 hours and 60% of the tickets are gone. Did not expect that because I put way more tickets this time, so that's a little scary. All right, well, shit, buy a ticket. I just work here, y'all. It's been 36 hours. And we have way less than I thought. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. 2/5. So we only have 2/5. Not me doing the real math. We have 2/5 of the tickets left. 3/5 are gone in 36 hours. That is scary. It's because we love you. Oh, I love you too, Mitson. By the way, we had fun. I had way more fun than I expected for the St. Patty's Day one, considering the St. Patty's Day meet and greet happy hour happened an hour after I landed from my Atlanta nightmare. So now that you guys know what happened, shout out to those of you who watched the story time about my Atlanta nightmare story at the TSA last Monday. The fact that I landed from all that epic nightmare, my luggage was still in fucking Nashville, Tennessee. And here I am with no clothes, still got on live for 3 hours and had a great kiki with y'all for St. Patty's Day. Amazing. And, you know, shout out to all the international folks who joined. A lot of them were telling me, you Americans are very, very high energy. Because, you know, the Blue Crew is international. So the international folks were like, wow, you got a lot of energy. Somebody said, Blue, make an Amazon wish list. Some of my members want to gift you or any kind of wish list. Honestly, the best wish list is probably Cash App because I'm trying to remodel my mom's house. Maybe I'll get a wish list to have stuff sent to Boston. So y'all don't know, but my sister is going on disability. Mel's going on disability soon and will be moving into my childhood home and serve as my proxy and my assistant in Boston while I'm paying for renovations to happen to my childhood home. It's going to be an entire, I'm preparing myself financially and emotionally. Because I want to make sure that my mom's affairs are always in order, taking care of her home because it's falling apart. Like I have no choice. I've waited long enough. It's going to be time consuming. So part of me feels like I'd rather get money for Home Depot. I don't go shopping, but I will look into a wish list. Yes, the Cash App's over here. And by the way, guys, for those who have been giving me super chats, I need to let you know, I'm going to do this for my birthday month. My birthday month, can y'all use the Bluetooth 2? If you don't do 2, it goes to an old phone that I don't get any access to. But the Bluetooth 2 Cash App, that I get all that money. When y'all give me super chats on here, I'm always appreciative because it's a gift. 40% goes to YouTube. I just found this out 2 weeks ago and I'm sick about it. YouTube keeps 40% of our super chats. So I appreciate the super chats. Just know I'm only getting 60%. So if you give me $10, I got $6. When I always say, hey, it's $10 for a question, the entire time I've been saying on Tarot Tuesdays, it's $10 for a question, I've only been getting $6 for a question. Now, for Tarot Tuesday, I have to do super chats because super chats are the only way to keep them in check. There's no way that I could do Cash App for Tarot Tuesday because it's not fast enough. And though, maybe there is a way. Maybe I'll think about it. But for now, for Tarot Tuesday, we have to do super chats. But if it's not a Tarot Tuesday and you want to gift me something, please use my Cash App because 40%. Yes, y'all, 40. When it was pointed out to me, I said, that's not true. And they said, no, Blue, it's true. And so I looked it up and guess what? It's true. 40%. Anyways, guys. So yeah, those are all the updates. Justice for Jules, because what the fuck, Tommy Lee. Usher, you've broken my heart. I had a niggling feeling after that BET speech that you want some bullshit, but now you've confirmed it and you're saying it proudly with bass in your voice. And you were just in the car driving over to the airport to go visit Russ in Bali. Between Diddy and Russell Simmons, your allegiance to losers is just a little bit too much for me. I love Cat Williams. And tomorrow we're going to be doing a live that is a spinoff of another live. I don't want to do too much on it, but there was a segment we did last week's live where we talked about how somebody was being perceived and how race was a factor. And something else happened that brought home that point in a way that was so perfect. So tomorrow, Bridget's coming into town tomorrow afternoon. So maybe tomorrow around 9 a.m. before I get my day started, I'll jump on live for about 90 minutes and do that one topic with y'all because I think it's still an important conversation. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning before I disappear for the weekend. I love you so much. Please, please, please do not forget the phrase of the day. Oh my God, it's been so long since I posted the phrase of the day. I even fucking forgot it. What was the phrase? Can somebody else write the phrase in here? I forgot what the phrase was, child. Somebody says I need to see that BET speech. No, it's not. It's not about Boz. Me and Boz have too many friends in common. I don't want to get a bunch of phone calls, child. I love y'all so much. I will see y'all in the morning. For those who remember the phrase, please write it in the comment section because I already fucking forgot it. It's from the first hour of this live. And for those who did forget it, the secondary phrase, I'll do a phrase for the people who are elders. Honor what's being revealed. That's my mantra. Honor what's being revealed. Okay? I love y'all so much. Until next time, bye, family.